Just joined from an iPhone.
I have a suspicion that might be the victim's mom on Pointer.
Well, they didn't respond, so I removed them.
Oh,
They didn't start the video or respond. Let's see. Mr. Blackman is requesting a new date on his matter for Edward. This is State of Michigan versus Jawan Edwards, 25-03044. Appearance, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Assistant Prosecutor Attorney Dan Smith, appearing on behalf of the people of the state of Michigan.
Good morning, Your Honor. Fred Blackman, on behalf of Mr. Andrew, please standing to my right.
Mr. Edwards. Has an exam scheduled for today. This is for possession of narcotics.
Correct, Judge.
Okay, and you need a new date for what reason?
Judge, if I may, real quickly, there's been an offer extended on a misdemeanor. A certain thing, and I
Can you
need.
speak up, please?
Oh, I'm sorry, Judge. There's been an offer of a misdemeanor with some stipulations in that, and I need some time to talk with my client in regards to that. I'm asking for 30 days to set for PCC. If we don't take that offer, it will not be an exam, Judge. So. that's what-
Okay, so for new PCC, there was a misdemeanor offer.
Yes,
Yes, Your Honor. We agreed to amend to 2 counts of misdemeanor use.
there was also a killer on that, no upfront.
So you want a new PCC date?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. May 8th work,
Yes, ma'am.
May 8th at 9:30. You do not have to appear in person for a probable cause conference. And then a new exam. May 15th at 9, May 15th at 9. Do you have any questions for the court today? Sir? Okay, we'll get you notice to appear. Any additional matters, counsel?
Nothing from the people.
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. First 2 exams are ready. Let's see. Jeremiah Ford here. Is Mr. Ned here?
Yes,
Okay. State of Michigan versus Jeremiah Ford, 26-00301. Appearance, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Assistant Prosecuting Attorney Dan Smith, appearing on behalf of the people.
Judge, that APD about my client standing to my right.
Okay, and so this report was presented to today. If you have a pre-sentence report that was prepared on the 9th, counsel, did you get a copy?
Yes, sir.
I did hear as well, Your Honor.
Do we need to make corrections, updates, or deletion?
Yes, sir. In the employment section, client is actually now employed at McDonald's part-time. Started 3 days ago, and he has been door dashing for 4 months now.
You say at McDonald's full-time or part-time?
Part-time at McDonald's, started 3 days ago, and
And
part
DoorDash.
and DoorDash for 4 months.
Any additional updates? To make allocation.
Thank you, Your Honor. My client has taken meaningful and immediate steps for stability and accountability. He recently secured employment at McDonald's about 3 days ago, and has been working through DoorDash for the past four or so months. Just yesterday, he began his first domestic violence course. I believe it's called Involved Dads, along with his first parenting classes through Lutz Center in Lansing, doing it both remotely. He's also taken initiative seeking counseling and just completed intake last Friday for therapy and counseling services. There's a young child in this picture, a 6-month old Cadence Ward, who's currently placed with a family friend. And my client and the victim in this case are actively working towards custody. His goal is to become a responsible present co-parent and work cooperatively with his child's mother in the best interest of the 6-month-old child. He does not want his child growing up without involvement of both parents. Currently, right now, DHS is requiring him and Miss Griffin to do everything separately. For example, when they have the visiting time at the DA Center on Cedar Street, they have to be in separate buildings for visiting time. Given his progress and commitment, I believe he has not violated anything since this case has been charged. We'd also ask the court to modify the no contact order to allow for peaceful contact between both parties. We'd also ask for the GPS tether to be removed. Again, I don't think there's any issues since been on bond and been arraigned on this case. I don't believe there's been reported violations, is what my client indicated to me when he spoke with the probation officer. Finally, Your Honor, we'd ask the court to grant my client the non-public status of 7694A, allowing the opportunity to continue for the positive path, and not have the burden of a public conviction of this matter, these two matters. I believe there's a section 7694A agreement in this case with what I was informed.
You said what?
I believe there's a 7694A agreement in this case.
I don't know what you mean agreement, but there was no objection.
No objection. So we're asking for 7694A.
Okay, it looks like the report says he's eligible for 769. I've never denied 769.
The biggest issue, sorry to interrupt. I think the biggest concern, I believe I talked with his attorney of record is there's 2 counts on this file. And I think that was maybe the biggest concern, but I've seen it happen. I'm sure you're aware of it. I was not completely certain of it.
Sounds good. Okay, and did your client want to make a statement?
Oh, yeah, not this time.
Let's see. Did we have a victim here?
Yes, Your Honor. The victim, Ms. Ashley Graham, is present.
Would she like to make the statement at
She
all?
would like to say.
She can go there if she wants, that's fine. Anywhere you feel comfortable. Okay, say your name for the record.
Ashley Griffin.
Ashley Griffin, it's common spelling, ASHLEY GRIFFIN. Okay, thank you. What did you want to share?
I just wanted to get the PPO address because I would like to try to be a co-parent with Jeremiah for the sake of our child. And I feel that maybe if we can be able to do it together, we can at least show everybody that for the child. I feel like it would be the best interest for the child, because being at the visits by ourselves, I feel like it's not helping our son.
Anything else you wanted to share?
And I heard through some lawyers too that he has a lot of assisting and stuff, and I feel like he is trying to be a better person for him and his son.
Thank you. Is there a PPO? Because we don't have one here.
No contact.
Oh, okay, just wanted to make sure. Okay, there's a no contact order here. You want the no contact order lifted. And there's no family court orders for custody at this time. Okay, it would be my order just for him to follow and comply with any family court order if that was the case. I will lift the no contact order and order peaceful contact only per your request. Okay, any other statements before we proceed to sentencing?
Just GPS other.
That typically comes off at the time. It actually typically comes off at the time of the plea, but nobody asked probably to remove it.
No.
Yeah, so that could be removed.
Thank you.
Okay, and so you just gotta go back down to either Ingham County or to JSG. We'll notify them that you can have the tether removed. I don't think I've got any, there were no violations or concerns while he was on GPS tether. I think you would be a good candidate for a term of probation with sentencing under 769.4A. So I will grant that. The recommendation is for you to do 12 months probation and to complete domestic violence programming and to complete your schooling. And that's gonna help you personally, but also as you have stepped into a new role as a father. That'll be the order of the court. You're gonna obtain employment. You're going to get and finish your GED and our high school education and provide evidence of that while on probation. And you're gonna complete the domestic violence program, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
While on probation, you're not to engage in any assault or threatening behavior. It is going to be 12 months probation, by the way. You're not to engage in any assault or threatening behavior. You're not to purchase or possess a firearm, ammunition, or weapon of any kind. You're not to possess alcohol, marijuana, or a controlled substance without a valid prescription. And you are required to submit to random preliminary breath testing while on probation. You have to pay the cost of that, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
You're not to be at any bars or nightclubs.
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
You will report to probation via Zoom monthly. There's a $30 per month oversight fee that will be assessed for each month of probation. So 12 months of probation oversight fees would be $360. There's a $75 crime victim rights fee that must be assessed with the $50 state minimum cost that will be assessed. We had 4 days served in the Ingham County Jail, so 365 days Ingham County Jail is being ordered. I'll suspend the balance of 361 upon completion, successful completion of probation. You have any questions at this time?
So what would be the total that I'd be paying on it?
Oh, your total for your fines and costs, that's about. It was $360 for probation fees for 12 months. This is $30 per month, plus a $75 crime victim rights fee, $50 state minimum cost. Looks like that's where it was. So $535 is the total because I'm waiving discretionary fines and costs, and you'll make monthly payments on that. So it's about $45 a month. Okay.
Thank you.
Correct, but Your Honor, should he wait 24 hours before he engages in contact?
Well, for the sake of lien, yeah, because it takes time for them to get it in there. It's really not, it's business hours with that. If you're gonna engage in peaceful contact, you should be fine, I would say. But the problem is, if there's any discrepancy over the weekend and the police are called, they won't see in the system, they may not see in the system yet that this has been changed. So you would need to be careful. We're gonna get it into lien today, but I don't know how quickly it translates, okay? Any additional matters for the record?
Nothing from the people, Your Honor.
Nothing, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you. You'll check in with our probation department before you leave, sir. Is Aake Johnson here? Yes. You can have a seat, but I'm not ready yet. What's going on I'm gonna call his face in just a minute. What's going on the screen? Who's telling us this? You said that you had a witness.
Stephen A. Dillard is the mother of the minor victim. I think she's.
That is,
Or maybe it says iPhone. I
it
think
says Stephen A. Dillard. It's on what matter?
Pointer.
Might have put my docket sheet in that file. Docket, please. Okay, that's State of Michigan versus Darrell Pointer, 25-02745.
Morning, Your Honor. Angela Delvero on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Toby White on behalf of Mr. Pointer, who is also joining us by Zoom.
It was the date that was scheduled for sentencing. Is that also why we have a Brianna Williams here?
That's the victim advocate.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, I do have other parties present here. I see a David A. Dillard here. Can
Yes,
you hear
ma'am.
us?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
You can start your video. Okay. I do
Okay.
have a pre-sentence report here. It was prepared back on the 25th of March. Council, did you both get a copy?
Yes, Your Honor, the people received a copy of the pre-sentence report.
Yes, Your Honor, and it has been reviewed by my client as well.
Okay, any need to make corrections, updates, or deletions?
People do not have any factual corrections, additions, or deletions.
Nor do we, Your Honor.
Okay, there's a statement that needs to be made.
I believe that Ms. Dillard would like to make a statement either on her own behalf or that of herself and her minor son, who is also present. Darrell
Yes.
Pointer.
So Darrell is gonna make his own statement and then I'll make a statement after him, if that's okay.
Okay, thank you. And you said his name is Darrell Pointer?
Junior. Darrell
Junior.
Pointer Junior. Yes.
Okay, Darrell, what do you want to tell the court?
Well, I have a statement to make,
Yes,
and it's about like how I feel and stuff.
Okay, so you can proceed.
My name is Darrell, and I am 11 years old. I feel scared and unsafe when I am around my dad. Some of the things that have happened have hurt me and made me very upset. Because of this, I have a hard time feeling calm and trusting people. I miss feeling happy and safe. I feel better when I am with my mom and people who take care of me. I do not want to be around my dad because I am afraid of what might happen. I just want to feel safe and be able to be a kid again. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you for making that statement. I'm sorry to hear about the situation and how it has affected you.
You want to say anything?
That's it.
You want to say thank you to the
Thank
judge?
you.
She says she's sorry to hear how that affected you.
Thank you.
Miss Dillard, did you want to make a statement?
Yes. So mine's is kind of lengthy. Um, my name is Devin A. Dillard. I am the mother of Darrell Pointer. He's 11 years old. My child and I both have been victims of Mr. Pointer's actions. While this case is not about me, I believe it is important to explain how his behavior has affected our lives and shed some light on the pattern of harm he has caused. In November of 2023, my sister was tragically murdered in her home. During one of the most devastating times in my life, while I was grieving and vulnerable, Mr. Pointer sought custody of my son, despite his history of prior child abuse, charges, and existing orders requiring supervised visitation. Custody of my child was changed without my knowledge. To this day, my legal team is still trying to understand how that decision was made. In 2024, I received a call from a detective. Take these out my ear for me, baby. This one too. Thank you. In May of 2024, I received a call from a detective instructing me to hand over my son. I was confused and believed that there had to be a mistake. I pleaded for time to verify this with the court, but I was forced to comply. I was placed on supervised visits with my own child, a child I had never harmed and I have always protected, while he was placed in someone with the known history of abuse. Shortly after, while attempting to exercise my parenting time, I went to the police station for assistance. At that time, Mr. Pointer falsely accused me of parental kidnapping. I was arrested and spent the night in jail. During that time, I was fully aware that my child was with someone I believed was unsafe. That experience was not only humiliating, but deeply traumatic. Following this, my son was isolated from me. When I was able to see him during supervised visits, I saw a clear and painful change in him. He was withdrawn, fearful, and emotionally affected. He told me, "Mom, my dad said I'm never coming home. And Mom, I can't feel anything. It's like I'm in the military." No parent should ever have to hear those words from their child. Mr. Pointer used the court system as a tool to continue causing harm, making false claims about my mental state, and attempting to discredit me during a time when I was already dealing with overwhelming grief. His actions were not only harmful, but intentional, and they caused significant emotional damage to my child and myself. My son is now dealing with the lasting effects of this trauma. He struggles emotionally, and I am working with him every day to help him rebuild his sense of safety, trust, and stability. It is extremely difficult to watch a child suffer at the hands of someone who was supposed to love and protect him. He was also failed by the system that was supposed to keep him safe. I am doing everything I can with limited, hold on, my thing jumped out of my writing. I'm doing everything I can with limited resources and to help my son heal. He deserves a chance to be happy, a healthy child, free from fear and emotional harm. I'm asking this court to fully recognize the seriousness of Mr. Pointer's actions and the lasting impact they have had. I respectfully ask that he be held accountable in a meaningful way, and that any decisions made prioritize the safety and well-being of my child above all else. No child should have to endure what my son has experienced. Accountability is necessary, not only for justice, but to prevent further harm. We are here today trying to move forward and begin healing, but that cannot fully happen without acknowledgement of the harm that has been done and appropriate consequences for those actions. I thank you for your time and your consideration, Your Honor.
Thank you. Counsel, was there any other victims impact statements?
There's not, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you for taking the time to address the court, ma'am.
Thank you for having us.
Okay, and then counsel, did you want to make allocution?
Your Honor, I would just briefly,
Yeah.
when this particular plea agreement was negotiated, it was actually quite some time ago, it was in January. Circumstances were slightly different as it relates to the family court case, so I just wanted to provide the court an update. I think that might assist the court because the PSI recommendation is obviously contemplates recommending a sentence that is different than the negotiated plea agreement that the parties negotiated at the time of the plea in January. So I thought the court might have some questions. At the time of this plea, there was an abuse neglect case that was still pending where both the defendant and Ms. Dillard were listed as petitioners. Shortly after the plea in this particular case, because there was a no contact provision that was reinstated in this criminal case, there had to be an examination of where to place Darrell. And the Ingham County Prosecutor's Office, not myself, but another assistant prosecutor who practices in the family court, met with Child Protective Services and indicated that the prosecutor's office was not willing to be a co-petitioner on the allegations that were listed by Child Protective Services against Ms. Dillard, because they did not feel that it met the legal threshold for filing a petition of preponderance of the evidence of abuse and neglect. When the Ingham County Prosecutor's Office declined to be co-petitioners in that petition against Ms. Dillard, the Child Protective Services DHHS declined to hire their own counsel and instead dismissed the petition against Ms. Dillard. And the family court judge then returned Darrell to Ms. Dillard, where he has been since that time, which I think was probably early February, but Ms. Dillard might know that better than myself. It's my understanding since that time, Ms. Dillard has filed for sole legal and physical custody, and that front of the court hearing is scheduled in late May in front of the front of the court here in Ingham County. It's also my understanding, and I'm hearing this all from Child Protective Services, so Ms. Dillard can update you if any of this is inaccurate, that Mr. Pointer has only objected to the child support portion of Ms. Dillard's motion for in the front of the court. And so it's my understanding there is no question that Ms. Dillard will be awarded sole legal and physical custody of Darrell. Ms. Dillard, is that all accurate?
Everything except for the return. Darrell was returned to me November 14th. November 14th is when he came home.
Okay, it was earlier than I thought. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So when we negotiated this plea agreement, the idea had been that Mr. Pointer was already in what's called the INS program, which is a intensive program in the family court for individuals who have pled to abuse and neglect petitions. And admittedly, this sentencing has been adjourned a few times, so that also sort of made the time period between the plea and the sentencing be a little bit longer. I have spoken with the INS program. It's my understanding they intend to discharge him from that program shortly after he is sentenced today, because he has finished all the programming as it relates to his case that is in the INS program, which is not a case that relates to Darrell Jr. It relates to the other two children that Mr. Pointer still has custody with, who their mother is not Ms. Dillard. As it relates to any CPS or family court case, as it relates to Darrell Jr., CPS continued to monitor that. They made a finding. They monitored that case was, Darrell Jr.'s case was removed from INS based on some conduct that the defendant engaged in while on bond in this case, where there was another assault alleged. And Mr. Pointer, the defendant, has declined to participate in any services with CPS's supervision of the case, specifically as it relates to Darrell Jr. The plea agreement in this particular case, specifically by my own intention, did not include no upfront jail. I specifically declined to add that as a part of the plea agreement. The court is free to impose jail in this particular case, because that was not part of the plea agreement. I would indicate to the court that probation was part of the plea agreement. I don't know what the defendant's position is, because of course defendants can decline probation, and I'm not going to stand in the way of that. If the court wants to give a shorter probation, given the amount of time between plea and now and what I've just updated you, technically I probably could object, given that this was a very specific sentence agreement, but I'm not going to do so. So, but I did want to advise the court, it's not, there is There was no agreement for no jail. And I just wanted to make sure the court was aware of that.
You're saying there was an agreement for no jail?
There was not.
Oh, that's what I thought, okay. I did review the plea sheet as you were giving your allocution.
Don't have anything further. I appreciate the chance to address the court.
Thank you so much. Okay, and Mr. White.
Thank you. Good morning, Your Honor. Yeah, there's a lot to unpack here, as you can tell. I would stress a couple of things. One, that there is CPS involvement. Two, that there's family court involvement. Three, that this involves family conduct. Four, that he has acknowledged he's acknowledged his behavior. He's not running from or hiding from his behavior. He's hardworking, and so even today he's Zooming because he was at a couple of other Zooms and other matters. Ms. James handled this case much more than I have, but putting him in jail is not going to improve the situation at all. If that is the stick that needs to be held out, then fine, but I would put it in terms of suspending it and seeing how he proceeds. Now he's gone through ends, and he's willing and acknowledges that additional support is necessary. And by support, I mean CBT type of activities, obviously some anger management, domestic violence counseling. All those things are things that he should participate in, and that based on the fact that he's tracking well through ends, I think he will benefit from. So I don't agree with the idea that he is resistant to the program that is necessary for him to move forward, because he has a lot of strengths going forward. Other kids that he remains having custody with, if that's not proper, fine. The family court will move the children's custody arrangement in a manner that suits the best interest of the children. But for purposes of this hearing and this sentence, I would agree and support a probationary period, and that probation period should be putting in some additional benefits for him and for his children and for his society, in terms of him getting the kind of programming and training that is available and that I believe he will benefit from. And holding any proposed jail time over his head is perfectly appropriate, and makes sense given the complexities of this particular case. Thank you.
Mr. Pointer. You're muted.
Yes, Your Honor.
It's your
Yes,
turn.
Your Honor. I like to say, Your Honor, at the end of the day, I love my son. At the end of the day, the only thing I ever wanted was for the best for my son. As he was in my care for that year and a half, my son's behavior didn't change. My son's grades didn't change. He did everything he's supposed to do as a little boy growing up. I never wanted my son to be out here committing crimes, doing stuff that he was doing before he got my care. When he was in my care, he was out of control. His 201 file shows that he was out of control in school, on the school bus. His grades was horrible. He getting kicked out of school. He just won the Darrell I know. You know what I'm saying? So far as him making that statement, that hurted me. That crushed me, because I know that's not how you feel. I know it's not. I know he loves me and I love him, and I want the best for my son. And going through what I'm going through with him, with his mom, we've been going through this for like 11 years. Like it's just never been just good. We never could co-parent. She want everything on her terms, and I did what I can do. And Judge McCormick would not give me custody of my son if he was at risk by being with his mom. She seen concerns. She got proof and paperwork of concerns that my son concerns. He was never going to the doctors. He wasn't going to the dentist. He just was out of control. He was just out of control. So Miss McCormick gave me custody of my son. Then, like I said before, he was doing good in my care. Grades, dentist appointment, doctor appointment. His behavior changed. So I don't know what's going on. I mean, I try my best with my son, you know. So far as I'm
What do you
saying,
mean you don't know what's going on?
I mean, far as like just like him saying he's scared of me, because my son is not scared of me. He's not scared at all. He don't even get in
What
trouble.
you're not going to come on this record after your son was courageous enough, because it is very scary, I am confident, to come before a judge in a court at his age and give a statement. I think it's the first time I ever had someone that young give a victim impact statement. You're not going to come before the court and discredit his statement in his face. That shows disregard for his feelings. It does not show me that you take any accountability for your actions, which is consistent with what the report states about your meeting with our probation department. Is a lack of remorse for your action. And I can understand that you were in a position where you were trying to provide care and raise a young Black man, you being a Black man, having your criminal history doesn't fare well for what we have before us here. This is you've been convicted before for child abuse.
Yes.
And so if your son is looking you in the face or looking the court in the face and saying, at this point, I'm afraid of my father, then you need to respect and honor his feelings, and you need to do some reflection on what behavior you are exhibiting that's causing him to feel that way.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
because what you want is for your child to respect you, not fear you.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
And so discipline does not have to lead to court appearances, convictions, and statements from your child saying that they're fearful of you, and now CPS involvement. Discipline does not have to include that.
Yes, ma'am. I just like
and so is there any other statements that I just need to stop you there, because I'm not going to allow you to do that, but you can continue with your statement.
I just wanted to apologize. I mean, to my son, just for everything, just for being in court, being in front of you, just for him making his statement. Like he shouldn't have to go through none of this at all. As much as I try, he shouldn't have to go through none of this. And I just apologize. Like I say, I'm doing my best considering my record. My record is horrible, and I don't want him growing up like me at all. At all. So I'm just trying my best, Your Honor. That's all I can say. I'm trying my best. You know, I'm just working these 2 jobs, man. I'm trying to provide for my other kids as well as still pay my child support for my son Darrell also. So it's like I'm just trying. You know, I'm just trying, Your Honor. You know, so moving forward, you know, just consider, you know, suspending the jail time if you're considering jail time, because I got 2 jobs and I cannot afford to lose not a job. I'm talking about not one job at all. So moving forward, you know, I'm up for any classes, courses, anything other than sitting in ICJ.
Thank you. Typically, I don't make it mandatory for a defendant to speak on his own behalf, but I said it was your turn because I needed to hear from you directly, primarily because of how the report was drafted from our probation department. The probation officer did not get the impression from you that you would be a good candidate for probation. He did not get the impression from you that you took this matter seriously enough or that you had any remorse for your actions. I think as I'm speaking to you, I don't get that same impression. I do think that you need some guidance in some areas. I don't know much about you personally. I have your criminal history here in the demographic information that you provided at the time of your sentencing. But what I do see is a father figure who needs some honing. He needs some sharpening. You seem to have a desire to want to be in your child's life. And I think that the system wants you to be there, but they want you to be there in a way that is healthy for you and for the child, primarily for the child. And so I don't believe you sitting in jail when you're someone who has always, I think, appeared from a car because you're at work. You're working 2 jobs. I hope that is for the benefit of your children. And so, you know, we already deal, and the prosecutor can confirm, we're already dealing with enough fathers that are not trying to take care of their children and not trying to go to work to take care of their children. If I put you in jail for the recommended time frame, which is half of a year, you'll be worse off than you are today. I can promise you that. And so, or 120 days, I believe, is what the recommendation is. Credit for 1 day. And I don't know why the language of the report, I'm a justice at this point, is addressing a concern about whether or not, it said his paper said he served 90 days. He posted bond the day, I have a bond receipt that you posted bond the day you were arraigned. So you get credit for 1 day on this. But nonetheless, I think that I'm going to give you an opportunity to show that you are wanting to position yourself to be a good father figure for your child, and that you're going to do the programming and you're going to make the changes. You're going to do reflection where necessary so that you and your relationship with your son can be healed. That's up to you. You have to steer that in the best way possible. And you have to do that now, unfortunately, with the involvement of the courts. But it doesn't sound like that's not something you're willing or able to do. So at this point, the court is going to order a term of 12-month probation. While on probation, you will participate in parenting classes and anger management. And you'll continue to follow all CPS orders. And remain compliant in that regard, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
You'll maintain your employment. You'll provide evidence of that to the probation department. I am going to allow peaceful contact consistent with any child protective order. You're not to engage in any assaultive or threatening behavior. That's with anyone. You understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
You're not to purchase or possess firearm, ammunition, or weapon of any kind. You're not to use or possess alcohol, marijuana, or controlled substance. You will be submitting to random preliminary breath testing and urinalysis testing while you're on probation. You understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm ordering the testing for 6 months. If there's no issues, then that could be suspended after 6 months. The $30 per month oversight fees that you're responsible for. That's $360 for the year, $75 crime victim rights fee plus a $50 state minimum cost. I don't think I see any other fines assessed. So you'll be successful on probation, or you'll spend 190 or 120 days in jail, credit for 1 day. So I'll suspend the 119 at the completion of probation. Do you have any questions about your sentencing?
No.
360 plus 125, and then lost my calculator. There are total fines and costs of $485. I'm waiving discretionary fines at this time. You'll check in with our probation department within, well, I should say by Tuesday, because it's the weekend. You'll check in by Tuesday to make sure they have accurate information, and you'll be reporting monthly via Zoom, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, may I ask you two things?
Yeah.
I think it is possible that the child protective proceedings file could be closed in a very short time while Mr. Pointer is still on probation. Would the court add peaceful contact consistent with any child protective or family court order? Because I think there's going to probably be a much longer DM file order than an NA file order.
Yeah, and I actually misspoke. I wrote 18 months, but I said 12. It's 18 months. That's the agreement that you had anyways.
Thank you.
It's 18 months of probation, sir, just so we're clear.
Is any early discharge or just the whole 18 months?
It's no early discharge because it's for assaultive action.
Oh, okay.
So let me recalculate, because I don't think I calculated based off what I said in my. Your total fines and costs are $665. You'll make monthly payments on that. Again, you do not have the right to early discharge because you are on a term of probation for assaultive action, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, any additional matters for the record?
So if the court will add that or family court order.
It's been added.
Thank you. And then I suspect that CPS DHHS will require a waiver in order to communicate with the probation agent so that the probation agent knows what the CPS requirements are. Will you order the defendant to sign that waiver, and then I'll provide the names of those individuals to Mr. Nez, those contact people for CPS, so that he knows who they are.
Very good.
Thank you.
That's noted. Any additional matters for you, counsel? Mr. White?
Nothing for me. Excuse me, nothing for me. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, I do wish that there is avenue for healing between you, Mr. Pointer, and your junior. Any additional matters?
No, Your Honor.
You're all set, sir. Okay, on the record in the matter of the state of Michigan versus Aake Johnson, 266-00336.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court, Assistant Prosecuting Attorney Dan Smith, here on behalf of the people of the state of Michigan.
Tracy.
Sir.
Hello.
Sir. Mr. Pointer, you probably want to leave the court first. We know what's about to go down. Okay. Okay, very good. Okay, did I get your appearances?
Yes, thank you. May it please the court, Assistant Prosecuting Attorney Dan Smith, here on behalf of the people.
Jacob Brown on behalf of Mr. Johnson.
Okay, Mr. Johnson was scheduled for sentencing today. Yet I have no pre-sentence report. Why? You wouldn't know why. You think it's funny?
No, I'm not. No.
Why you didn't show up when you were supposed to meet with probation department as I ordered you to?
When I went down there, I filled out the paper. I thought pretrial services was probation. So when I was calling pretrial services after, they like, you don't have to contact us no more. So when I came back up here, I got another case with you. And I came up here and you said I missed it. So I went after that court date. I went down there and I tried to reset it up. They said I missed the appointment. So when I went up there today, I talked to Nathaniel, and he said he'll refer it again because I just go to work every day. Like I work 96 hours a week. I mean 96 hours every 2 weeks. Like by week. Where? I'm a behavioral aid.
Who?
Behavioral aid.
What's that got to, what is your working 96 hours every 2 weeks got to do with the fact that I ordered you to meet with, I ordered you several months ago in February to meet with probation.
And then he sent the letter to the house?
I told you to meet with probation so that they can prepare you for a pre-sentence report interview. They gave you a date You were scheduled for the day. You knew that day before you left here that day. You knew you were supposed to be meeting with them at 2:30 on March 3rd. In person. I don't have a clue why you would be calling pre-child services. It has nothing to do with this.
I didn't
You
have.
want
no
to tell me
number.
that you said that you do what, behavioral aid? But you don't know how to follow simple court orders.
I do, man. I just haven't been in the courtroom in a couple years. Like, I just don't.
In a couple of years, so what does that mean?
Like, I mean, I don't have my attorney. I don't talk to him every day. So I don't really have, I need to contact somebody. Somebody could tell me what's going on. I don't.
So why didn't you contact your attorney if you
My
had a
other
question?
attorney talk to me every day.
I don't know, ask you about your other attorney. You're an attorney on this matter. If you were concerned or had confusion, why didn't you talk to your attorney prior to now?
I took a plea at the first court date. I haven't talked to him since.
Okay, we're definitely having a breakdown in understanding, because I'm asking very specific questions. You think I don't know that you took a plea? I then sent you downstairs to meet with probation to schedule a pre-sentence interview. It was scheduled for March 3rd at 2:30. You failed to appear. They gave you a 15-minute grace period. The officer then attempted to reach out to you, to which you didn't either answer or respond to their phone call. You can take your hands out your pocket while I'm talking. And then they reset your interview for March 20th. They mailed you a letter at 10 a.m. You did not appear. Did you change your address since the time this case was pending?
No.
Did you change your phone number? What's your phone number?
517-977-5348.
When did you change your number?
Oh, a month ago.
Okay, so then they called you before this with this number. You confirmed an address and a number with our court on the 6th of February. You said your number was 517-977-9348. If you change your phone number, that's your responsibility to tell. We're not psychics. We don't got to figure out that you changed your phone number and you didn't notify the court when you have cases pending. You're being remanded so that they can do your PSI. I'm not chasing you down and do stuff that I ordered you to do 2 months ago. Once the PSI is done, this sentencing can be reset. Ryan Perkins. State of Michigan versus Ryan Perkins, 26-00204. I only see Ms. Robinson walking to the podium. Is he not here?
I have called his name multiple times, but he hasn't approached or here.
Page one, all issue. Mr. Rowley, are we running McCray? Okay. Do you have a radio or can you radio and ask him to bring McCray up, please? And what are we doing with Palumbo?
We're ready, Judge.
We're gonna run, or you don't know? Go
Don't
find.
know, that's up to the prosecution.
Your Honor, prosecution will be asked for adjournment in this case. We have.
Oh, well, we wait for the defendant to come up. Okay. Mr. Blackman, you have Brandon Jackson.
Thank you, John. We'll be waiting.
Okay, that's 25-03770. Parents, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Assistant Prosecuting Attorney Dan Smith here on behalf of the people. So.
And so is
That's
Mr.
actually-
Behrman.
and,
Actually, yes. Thank you, Your Honor. Randall Berman on behalf of the people. Thank you.
The more the merrier.
Brett Blackman on behalf of Mr. Jackson, he's standing at podium to my right.
Okay, and so this was a exam for operating while under the influence causing death. And this is not going to be an exam, you said?
It's correct, Your Honor. It's my understanding the case is going to unconditionally waive to circuit court, both at the request of the defense and the prosecution, with negotiations to continue.
Have a signed form. And so you, Mr. Jackson, understand that you have the right to have a preliminary examination.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you understand the purpose of the preliminary examination?
Yes, Your Honor.
You have the right to require that the prosecutor first establish if they have sufficient probable cause that a felony was in fact committed, and then probable cause sufficient to charge you as the person who allegedly committed the felony. You want to unconditionally waive your exam? Anyone threatening you to do that?
No, Your Honor.
Any promises to get you to waive your exam? Your bind over date is going to be the 29th of April. That's the date the circuit court's receiving this file. It's not a court date for you, okay? The next court date will be a pre-trial in circuit court. Your attorney will be made aware of that. You stay in contact with them, okay? Do you have any questions at this time?
No, not at all.
Let's see, bond was 2,000 personal recognizance. That will continue. Any additional matters?
Not on behalf of the people, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. You're all set. Mr. Austin, are you expecting to run green?
I am, Your Honor. Provided people have their necessary witnesses, which I'm not sure of, but we would attend to run. Amy McCray.
Okay. This is 26-00575, appearance, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I please the court Assistant Prosecuting Attorney Dan Smith appearing on behalf of the people.
Jacob Riley on behalf of Ms. McCray, who is present to my right.
Okay, Ms. McCray was scheduled today for a preliminary examination. My understanding, we're not holding an exam.
That's correct, Your Honor. We'll be unconditionally waiving our right to examine.
People likewise unconditionally waive their right to a preliminary examination in this matter.
Was there an offer at all?
There is a global resolution. She has another open case. So
Okay, I'll note,
negotiation is going to continue in circuit court.
okay, I'll note that global resolution is pending on that. Negotiation will continue. And then, Ms. McCray, you understand that you do have the right to have a preliminary examination on this file. Okay. You understand that at the time of the exam, you have the right to have the prosecutor establish that they have sufficient probable cause that a felony was committed, and then probable cause sufficient to charge you as the person who allegedly committed the felony. You want to unconditionally waive your exam? Anyone threatening you to do that? Any promises if you waive your exam? Your bind over date is April 29th. That's going to be the date the circuit court's receiving this file, not a court appearance date for you, okay? Your next court date is a free trial in circuit court. Your attorney will be made aware of that. If you have any questions? No, Your Honor. The bond was set at a 200 cash surety because she's in custody of Isabella County. That will continue. Any additional matters for the record?
Nothing from the people, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
You're all set. Thank you. We need to bring up Green, was it? No. Who was it that you wasn't sure if you needed a German or somebody? Palumbo.
And I was, Your Honor, I was hoping that we could do the Paxton preliminary exam. Our witness has an obligation at 1 o'clock.
Okay, once we complete is it a waiver
Or
or a request for adjournment?
Yes, Your Honor.
Which should take, they can set up for Paxton, we can start that one. I don't know if I understand. On the record in the matter of the state of Michigan versus Terry Paxton, 25-03-669 FY appearances.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Assisting prosecuting attorney Dan Smith, appearing on behalf of the people of the state of Michigan.
Jacob Riley on behalf of Mr. Paxton, who's present to my right.
No, Mr. Paxton is scheduled today for a PAM. This is for financial transaction device stealing. And we're ready to proceed.
We are, Your Honor.
Any preliminary matters?
No,
No, Your Honor.
Okay, tell your witness.
people call Russell Tarchinsky.
You raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give us the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury.
I do, Your Honor.
You can have a seat. Okay, if you can state your first and last name and spell both.
Russell Tarchinsky, Russell, last name is Tarchinsky.
SKI.
SKI, correct.
You can proceed, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. And do you mind if I just call you Russell?
Yeah, that's fine.
Russell, I know it's a little bit of a bummer to be here today. But we can get you out a little bit earlier, but we won't be able to get you out. Okay. So you understand what brings you to court today, right?
Correct.
And why are we here today?
The gentleman used my debit card that I lost, my DoorDash card. I was dashing in sometime in October. And it was used fraudulently without my authorization for $87. So I made a police report. I'm sure that's why.
You're talking so fast.
So they need to make a record of what you say, so you're gonna slow it
Speak
down.
slower.
Yes, speak slower, speak up a little bit. So first, let me ask you, you said at some point, let's see, you lost your debit card.
Correct.
What day was that? Do you remember?
I do not remember what day that was.
Okay.
It was sometime in, I believe, the end of October.
Have you read the police report in this case?
No, I have not. I requested it at some point, but never read the report.
If I showed you the report, would it refresh your recollection about what day you lost your card?
Correct. So now that was the day after I lost my car. Yep, lost it. Yep. I made a police report the day I lost it, but police officer never contacted me, so I ended up making another report the day after. Okay.
So, all right, but this refreshes your recollection about when you, okay.
That's
So-
never not.
So can you tell the judge when you lost your card?
I lost my card on September 20th of 2025.
So where did you lose your card?
When I
Where?
realized
Where did you lose it?
Sunoco and MLK right past home.
Is that in the city of Lansing?
Correct. South side of Lansing.
Ingham County,
I believe it's outside of Ingham County too.
state of Michigan?
Correct.
Okay, and at some point, did you uncover the individual who picked up your card?
By uncovered, you mean find out who it was?
Yeah.
Yes, correct. I ended up calling the places that my card was used at, Popeyes, a party store somewhere on South MLK. It was, I forgot the party store name, and then there was another gas station that his card was used at. And two of those locations provided me footage of the person using my card.
Slow down. The judge is taking some notes. So you said you went to a party store on MLK.
Yes, party store slash gas station.
It was a gas station. And where else?
Popeyes on MLK before home.
Popeyes. And then so when you went to those places, what helped you identify the person who took your card?
I described that it was a DoorDash card that was used and my name was on it. And the footage showed that the DoorDash card was being used at those places, and under my transactional history, it would show that location and store building name that was used at, and it would match the same description that the employees said that my card was used by.
And were you ultimately, after you went there, did they have footage of?
Yes, Popeyes and the gas station both had footage of the guy using my card and footage of him personally having the card. They also, the third store had, let's see, he personally identified the guy because he was arrested. So when I called the guy at that store, forgot the store name, but he identified the dude that used my card based on the pictures and footage that I sent him that I received from Popeyes in the gas station.
And then. So you went to these 3 separate places, they had video footage, and you, based off that footage, you were able to identify that person.
Correct.
Is that person present in the court today?
I haven't seen that footage in about 4.5, 5 months, but I would assume he is.
So were you able to identify anyone based off of any subsequent investigation? Did you do any subsequent investigation?
Does that mean I did my own investigation?
Yeah.
Yes, I went on Facebook and typed up the name that I was given, and I ended up finding a couple of Facebook profiles. I messaged one of them, and he messaged me back saying he was the one that used my card. So that kind of confirmed the identity of the person that used it as well.
So what was the name of the individual that you were given?
Tyree Paxton. And when I looked that up, I couldn't find a Tyree Paxton, but I found a Facebook profile associated to that account, and that was Archive Gang. I forgot the name of that Facebook profile. But when I messaged that profile, I asked if this was the gentleman that used my debit card because I'm making a police report, and he messaged me back saying yes. And then that's how I found out that was the person who used it.
So are you able to, so based on your review of the video footage or your review of the Facebook profile, are you able to identify the individual, if that individual is sitting in the court today?
Yes.
And who is that individual? Can you just tell me an article of clothing that he's wearing?
Adidas sweater.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
Any objection?
I have some questions on that.
Go for it.
So you don't know, prior to all this happening, you didn't have any personal knowledge of Darrell Paxton?
No, never knew who he was. Didn't even know he existed.
And so you, correct me if I'm wrong, but you found out his name from one of these store employees? Was that how you got the name?
His name?
How did you get the name Darrell Paxton?
Let me give me a second. I got the name actually from a police officer when I made the report and gave him the license plate and description of the car. They found out who owned the car and they sent a subpoena or a piece of mail or a letter to that individual. That car wasn't registered to him, it was registered to his girlfriend or fiance, I believe, is what the officer said. And so when they told me his name, that's when I looked him up.
In other words, you only knew his name because the officer told you.
Correct. And that's what, if I remember correctly, that is what it is. Yeah.
So you cannot personally identify Darrell Paxton?
No.
I do object to identification on that basis.
I would agree that's a concern. If he is saying that his only identification is by, he got the name from a license plate, which is registered to either the someone by the name of Tariq Paxton or their spouse.
Right.
But he never personally, you never personally saw him? Tyreek Paxton?
No, I never seen him personally.
Okay, even in the videos, like you saw surveillance, you didn't see?
I seen him in the video, surveillance, yes. The footage of the gas station shows him right at the front counter using my debit card. He asked for gas and a pack of backwoods.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's different. Okay, so you did see a video of the person that you suppose used your card. But you can't remember what that person in the video looked like, is what you're saying?
Yes, a lot. I go through a lot every day. Like
I can imagine.
personal issues, obviously, and based on like my memory right now as we speak, no. But if I seen a footage of him again, like one of those
Got it.
footages, I could, yeah,
Got it, but you do remember the name,
yes.
and that's how you got the name. Got it. Okay. Your motion to have identification noted, I'm gonna hold that in the bank.
Okay.
You can proceed.
But you did say that was someone, was it the Popeyes chicken who said that he was a regular?
No, that was the party store. I think that was Royal Liquor, if I remember correctly. But he actually, when I called him to confirm if this guy, because I sent him footage from the gas station, the video from the gas station, I sent to him, and he said, I recognize this guy. This guy is a regular. Comes in every day around 12 to 1. And then when I called him about 12 o'clock, he said Tyreek, he didn't say his name Tyreek Paxton, but he said he is here right now. I said, okay, well, can you ask him what his name is so I can confirm it? And he tried asking what his name is, and he didn't say anything, but the guy on the other side that he said was the regular that used my card didn't give him a correct name. He gave him a fake name, and he said, that's not your real name. He said, why are you asking for my name? And then he said, you're banned from the store, get out.
I'm objective. Well, all of this is hearsay. I don't see.
Do you want to respond? I don't know what it's being offered for.
Not off of the truth of the matter, but concerns is factual listener.
Objections overruled.
So you called the store.
Correct.
Was the defendant inside the store at that time when you called the store?
Yes, when I called the store, the defendant just came in. He said he's here right now. So I gave him license plate, description of the car from Popeye's video, and I sent him the video from the gas station that showed him like actual his physical appearance and everything.
And when you say him, you mean the defendant?
Correct.
Okay.
And then he said, yes, that's the defendant that comes in every day. He's a regular, and that's the car he drives.
And what does he say about giving a fake name?
He said, that's not your real name. I know it's not your real name. This is what the owner was saying to the defendant over the phone. Because I was still on the phone at the time. He never hung it up. He kept me on the phone while talking to the defendant.
So, and what was your understanding of the incident at the time when this person gave the fake name?
That he obviously knew something was up or something was going on, and he didn't want to give his real identity out.
So is it not your understanding that he attempted to use a card and then he gave a fake name?
Correct.
Okay.
And Your Honor, it sounds like that's being used for the truth of the matter asserted. So I'm objecting that it's hearsay. Witness was not there when this allegedly happened.
He was on the phone.
I was on the phone the entire time. Can I say something quick?
Hold on. Let the judge rule first.
He said he heard it himself because he was on the phone.
So I was on the phone the entire time. So
Are you saying you heard the conversation
Yes.
between these two?
Yes. Yes.
So he's withdrawn the objection.
So you did your own personal investigation. You went on Facebook, and at some point, did you make contact with the defendant yourself personally?
Yes, when I found him, I asked him if this was Tyreek Paxton. After I found out his name, if he took my card, and he said, yes, this is. And I told him I would be making a police report for the money he used off of my card.
And then what did he say?
You have to go to the messages. I have a flip phone. I don't have the messages with me, but I can get that evidence for you.
Okay. Do you recall that he said that he would pay you back?
Yes. We came to a conclusion to try to make a payment plan. He only offered to pay me half of what he used on my card. I told him that what he took was my entire dog's appointment because my German Shepherd has a vet appointment that costs $75. That's initial bill. And he took 87 off that card. So I told him, I was like, I'm gonna need the whole 87. I'm not gonna accept half of that because I had to cancel my dog's appointment and reschedule.
And what did he say?
I don't remember what he said, but he did say something about a payment plan every Friday or every other Friday for something about $20 for a couple of payments, if I remember correctly. And then I was blocked at one point. He blocked me for 3 weeks to a month. claimed that it was an inactive account, deactivated it, then reactivated it afterwards. And then he unblocked me, supposedly.
So let's back up. So you reached out, what account did you reach out to?
On my Facebook account.
Facebook. So you called him via Facebook Messenger?
I messaged him.
Messaged him?
Yes.
And you have a conversation with him about paying you back?
Yes.
And he says, I'll set up a payment plan.
Pretty much. And then he all of a sudden deactivated his account and was unreachable for a month.
Okay, so then he deactivated you, and then did he reactivate it and come?
Yes, I was able to come back into contact after that month or so and asked him how come I was blocked, if he was trying to make a payment plan with me. He said something happened. I don't remember what he said exactly, but he said he had to deactivate his account for 3 weeks to a month for some reason, and then he was just back on it. I don't know if it was like he wasn't using it anymore. He never gave an exact reason why.
And did he ever pay you back?
No.
Did he ever return your card to you?
No.
After how many transactions?
He did 3 out of 4. I want to say it was 4 transactions up to $87. It was a $3, $5, and then there was a couple of bigger transactions that added up to that.
Okay, and did he ever give you a story about how he came into contact?
He did.
How he came to pick up your card? What did he say about that?
When I messaged him about how he came across it, he said him and his girl was arguing. Okay, I forgot the location, but somewhere on the south side, I want to say, his girl was arguing with him, threw all this stuff, all this cards, all this belonging onto the ground. And then they left, and then they came back, and then he.
You gotta slow down a little bit, because when you get going,
I get going.
busy. So it's a little bit hard to understand. So how did you contact them when this happened? Was this
Which part that happened?
When he gave you the story?
The police officer, the detective told me that he gave him that story. The detective told me that.
Okay, so he didn't actually tell you that himself.
He might have under message. I'm gonna have to double check that. I haven't checked that in a little bit. So.
Okay.
Continue on. I'm going to object to anything that the
That's-
witness did not experience himself.
Well, that's withdrawn. So ultimately, how did your conversation end? How did your conversation end?
I told him I will see you in court. I am not taking payments anymore. I was going to drop this, but I'm not now. I'm pursuing this. I'll see you in court.
And at some point, did you make a police report?
I did. That was right before all that happened. And so I was told I would drop it and not pursue it, but I wanted to pursue it after I was told I was only get $40 by the. Basically, after that, I just went full force pursue the case. I didn't want to drop it.
And did you subsequently talk to a detective about the
Yes.
case? Okay. And is it your understanding that he made a report?
Correct.
No further questions.
Mr. Turchinsky?
Yes.
Is that right? You said you lost this card at the Sunoco station.
That or Wingstop's parking lot on Cedar Street. Those are the 2 spots I could have lost my debit card because I didn't go anywhere else that night besides DoorDash. So unless the defendant picked up my card from the spot that I was dashing at, it was at those 2 locations where I last seen my card.
So you don't remember exactly how you lost it? You just
Besides
know,
that fell out my wallet either at Sunoco or at Wingstop when I got the card. Correct.
you just, at some point you realized you didn't have it.
Yes, correct.
So tell me about this card. Is this a credit card or debit card?
It's a Crimson DoorDash card. It's through a third-party delivery app or DoorDash. It's a red card. Has your name on it typically.
So is this like money that you're paid for doing DoorDash?
Yeah, so every time I do an order, not like every order, but when you get done doing like, say, if I do DoorDash for 2 hours and then I end my dash, there's 2 payouts. You can do a payout every week or a payout every dash session. And I do every dash session, so.
And you get that payment in the form of balance on the debit card?
Yes, virtual currency, I guess what you would say, so yeah.
Do you recall using that card at any location that day that you lost it?
Yeah, Sunoco was the last place that I used it at. I bought a couple of sticks and then I believe I might have got gas with it. But other than that, that was the last
So you
time.
did go into the store? And
Yeah, I
use it?
went into the store and used it. Yeah.
Okay.
That was the last place I physically remember seeing my card.
Okay. So at some point between then and when you realized you lost it, but somewhere in there it got lost.
Didn't realize it was lost though until I had transactions pop up into my my DoorDash app.
So that's how you found out that it was being used by someone.
Yes.
You recall when you made contact with Tarek Paxton initially? Well, actually, let me back up a little bit. When you said you overheard a conversation when you were on the phone with someone at,
One of the, I think it was a party store / gas station, because the gas station on MLK, South MLK, they have, it's a gas station, and there's another gas station that's more like a party store though. And he was a regular at that store, and I was on the phone with the owner. He was the owner that was on the phone with.
okay,
And when I was on the phone with him, he said that, yeah, the footage you sent me, he comes in every day. And then after he said that, he just came in and he kept me on the phone while he was talking. So he just happened, the defendant just happened to walk in while I was on the phone with the owner.
do you recall? I think you said something about a false name being given.
Yeah, I do not recall what false name was given. He just gave the name to the owner, and the owner said, I know that's not your real name. And then he said, why? How do you know?
So it was, you don't recall what name was given?
No, I don't remember.
Was it your name?
No.
Is that fair to say?
No.
Okay.
I mean, it's fair to say, but it was not my name that was given.
So these DoorDash cards, or at least the one that you had, well, first of all, did you ever get the card back?
No.
Okay. You know what happened to it ultimately?
An officer contacted me and said that they checked the card out and it looked similar to his, but it wasn't his. And other than that, I never received the card back.
So did you cancel that card?
Oh yeah. As soon as the process of the charges popped up on my account, I immediately contacted customer service, deactivated the card, got a new one sent.
Sure. So does this card, or did this card, I should say, have your name on it?
Yeah.
Is your name on the front of the card?
I believe it's today.
Okay. So what's on the front of the card?
Just designs like the DoorDash company's logo and like the color red, maybe a couple shades different, like a couple shades of different red on it.
So nothing that says this card belongs to Russell.
I actually, if you let me pull my wallet out, I have a DoorDash card on me right now, a new one I can show you.
Be interested in seeing it, yes. If it's the same as the one you had.
It's not the same one that,
Same design though?
same design, same everything. See, that's the design on the front. See, my name is right there on the back, right underneath the dudes.
Okay. I don't know for the record that what you said is correct. So, to your knowledge, is this the common design for DoorDash cards? Is that what they
Yes,
tend to look
unless they
like?
have a different design, but that's the one I've had a couple of times. So.
Okay. So going back to when you talked, or I guess not talked, but when you communicated with Direct Paxton, that was over messaging, right?
Correct.
Did he at any point deny that he had used your card?
I don't think so. I think he said he used it and he didn't know it was mine.
Okay.
So, because he said he had a DoorDash card as well. Officer said he does have a DoorDash card and that he told me he didn't see the name on the bag was different from his because he know that it wasn't his due to the story that was given of him finding his belongings somewhere where my card was lost. And that's what the mishap was about.
And just obviously you were not there when you picked up the card, so
Correct.
you don't know if that's correct or not. This is what you told me, right?
Correct.
And you don't have any reason to believe it's wrong or right?
I mean, I would believe that's wrong. I mean, it's kind of ironic that your girl throws all your belongings out exactly where my card was lost. You pick up a card right there. You know, I feel like that's wrong, but hey.
Well, usually it's speculation, right? You don't
Yes,
know.
exactly. Speculation. No?
I have no further questions, Joe.
Hey, you direct?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Toshinsky, you may be excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You call your next witness?
Am I good to go?
Yes. We're gonna, people call officer.
Well, actually, before you call the officer, let me go off the record on this matter so we can take care of this one. Can you remind me who this is? This is Palumbo?
Yes.
Okay, this is, he could stay right over there, actually. State of Michigan versus Thin Vida, Palumbo, 26-00791, appearance, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court, Assistant Prosecutor Attorney Dan Smith, appearing on behalf of the people.
Aaron Robinson, Assistant Public Defender for Mr. Palumbo.
Okay, this was scheduled for an exam today on computers, aggravated stalking. And my understanding is that we're not prepared to proceed today.
Yes, Your Honor, that is correct. The people have reached out to the complaining witnesses in the case. We're attempting to set up travel for her to make it she's currently out of state. She's working with our office to do that. So again, I spoke with defense counsel about holding the hearing. So we need to adjournment just to make sure we are able to get her here. So we're asking that this be adjourned in our office or to set up her travel for her to make her appearance.
Okay, she doesn't live in the state of Michigan, is what you're saying?
Not at this time.
Okay.
Judge, we'd be objecting to the adjournment. Obviously, Mr. Palumbo hasn't waived his 21 days. This has been set for preliminary exam at the time of his arraignment. We'd be objecting to the adjournment.
The objection is noted but overruled. I find the cause to adjourn the matter so that the prosecution can make efforts to get the victim brought back to the alleged victim brought back to the state. These are very serious charges, and the defendant haven't been arraigned on the 30th. Doesn't really give the prosecution a lot of time to make meaningful efforts to get arrangements made to get someone here. How much time are you looking, or you think your office needs to get the victim arranged to be here?
3 weeks.
3 weeks.
May 15th and 9th.
May 15th, you said?
Yeah. Can we do the week after, Judge? I'm in trial that week.
Oh. So you're available that week. May 20. I don't remember. May 21st? May 21st work?
Yes, Judge.
9. May 21st at 9:30.
Thank you, Your Honor.
No problem. Any additional matters for the record?
Nothing from the people.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
You're all set. Okay, back on the record for Mr. Paxton, you can call your witness.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. The people called an officer, Joseph Rydell.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give us the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury.
Yes, I do.
You can have a seat. Please state and spell your first and last name.
Joseph Riedel, JOSEPHRIEDEL.
You can proceed, Paxton.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Rito,
Yes, sir.
are you currently employed?
Yes,
Where are you employed?
City of Lansing Police Department.
And what is your assignment there?
I'm a detective.
And in what capacity do you work as a detective?
Financial investigation, financial fraud investigation, arson.
And how long have you been in that assignment?
Around 3 years.
And were you in that assignment on a September 21st, 2025?
Yes, I was.
And on that date, did you participate in an investigation for a fraud investigation?
Yes, I was.
And did your tour of duty on that day take you to 1114 Hickory Street?
No, I did not.
So you were involved in that. What was your initial involvement in that investigation?
I was assigned the investigation after the road patrol officer took the initial complaint.
And what did you do based off of that complaint?
I reviewed the initial report as well as the associated files with the complaint. After I reviewed the initial report and files, I submitted an image of the subject to Michigan State Police facial recognition unit. And obtained identification based off of the image of the accused from the report.
So let's back up a little bit. Where did you, that image that you got and you submitted to the commission, where was that captured?
That was captured by the victim who reported the complaint. It was uploaded to the original report.
So you, the victim sent you some information and you uploaded a snapshot of that to the Michigan State Police.
Yep.
And based off of that identification, were you able to make get a name for an
Yes.
individual?
Yep, and it was the name that was provided by Michigan State Police. Facial recognition unit matched the name that was associated to the vehicle that was observed. The license plate on the vehicle came back to the same name that was reported during the initial report by the patrol officer.
I just have a follow-up question. You said that the victim provided you information that was used for facial recognition. What kind of information did he provide?
He had, so after he received the statement that that his debit card was used, he went to the businesses that the debit cards were used at, and the businesses showed him the footage of his card being used.
Oh, okay, so it was some surveillance from the store. Okay, thank you.
And then you submitted that and you got a name. Do you remember, you recall the name of the individual that
Paxton.
And after you received this information, what additional investigation did you do?
So I looked the name up in TLO, which is a service that we subscribe to that provides telephone numbers and addresses of individuals based off of their name and date of birth. So I submitted his information into that, received his telephone number, his address, and an email address. So I attempted to make contact with him by phone. I was unsuccessful in doing that. I sent him an email requesting that he call me regarding the investigation. And then I also sent him what we call a 10-day letter, which is a letter informing him that he's been identified as a possible suspect in the crime and request that he contact me about that information or about the crime.
And did anyone end up contacting you?
Yeah, he did. Yep, he contacted me by phone.
And did you ever meet that person, individual in person?
No, I did not.
But based off of your investigation and what information that you were able to gather, is the individual who's the subject of that investigation, is he present in court today?
Yes, he is. He's wearing the Adidas sweatshirt to my left.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witnesses identified as the defendant?
To the objection.
Do Your Honor, I have to get some questions about this officer's personal knowledge of Everett Paxton and his ability to personally identify him.
You say you have some questions?
I have doubts, frankly. I don't think it's been established that he had personal knowledge to say.
You can feel free to voir dire.
So have you ever met Derek?
No, I haven't.
Okay. And did you have any knowledge of him prior to this
No, I did not.
investigation? So is it true that everything you know about him was taken from what the victim in this case provided to you and what you were able to look up with these law enforcement tools that you have?
Yes, sir.
I object to identification on the basis of.
I think that's how we typically get identification through officers. They get the information from an alleged victim, and then they go and do investigation and use their tools to try to determine the suspect. So I don't think that's a reasonable basis for an objection. Identification is not it.
Thank you, Your Honor. So now you got the facial recognition. You sent him a letter and he responded.
Yes.
Right? And did you have a personal conversation with him personal conversation with him?
Yes, he
How did
called
he
me.
respond?
He called my work phone.
So he called you directly?
Yes.
And tell us what happened in that conversation.
He explained to me that on the night of the 20th, he was at the location where the victim lost his debit card. While he was there, he and his girlfriend got into an altercation. She threw his personal belongings out of a vehicle into the parking lot. After she threw the items out of the parking lot, he picked it all up and mistakenly picked up the victim's credit card, financial transaction device, thinking that it was his.
And after you got that story from the defendant, what happened next?
So during that conversation, he did say that he used his debit card or financial transaction device at the locations that were reported by the victim. So I went back to all of those locations to request video of the incident that occurred in the parking lot. Unfortunately, that business didn't have video of that incident. Because he said that he used it at those businesses, I didn't do a photo lineup just based on his own statement that he did use it at those businesses.
And then was there anything else that happened in your investigation?
Just that he said that after he received the email from me requesting that he contact me, he went through his wallet, observed that the credit card or financial transaction device in his wallet wasn't his, and had his girlfriend take it back to the original location where he discovered or where it was found.
He said that he would do that.
He said that his girlfriend would do that. I went back to that establishment and made contact with the employees, and that had not been turned in.
And did he ever, was there ever a time where he told you that he would return it to you, or just?
No,
just
that it had been turned over to her and that she was going to take it back to the original location.
And that never happened?
To my knowledge, no, it did not.
And do you know if he ever agreed to bring the card back to you or the victim at all?
No.
So you never recovered the card?
No, I did not.
And what ultimately was that
that was the end of my investigation.
And based off of your investigation, did you recommend charges?
Yes, I submitted it to the prosecutor's office. Charges were authorized.
No further questions.
Detective Brito, you or whether when Tarek contacted you, did he at any point deny that he had used this card or possessed it?
No.
And I believe you said that his statement was that he had mistakenly picked it up at this gas station. Is that right?
Yes.
And it wasn't very clear. Did you say you had asked that gas station if they had video?
Yes.
And they said they didn't have video?
Correct.
Okay. So in other words, you were not able to speak to anyone or find any evidence of what actually happened when you took possession of the card?
Correct.
So did you at any point find any evidence that he was lying about that, or that the real events were different from what he had told you?
No.
I think you said that he told you he had looked through his wallet and found the card and said that he, found that it was not his, it had a different name on it, right?
Correct.
To your knowledge, were there any fraudulent transactions or any activity on the card after that?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Were you able to, I guess, verify that Tarek had a card that looked similar to that one?
No, I was not.
Did you ask him to give you some proof of that?
Yeah, I asked him to send me an email of, because he said he had a card that looked similar to it.
He didn't send you anything?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Do you have any ability to check your email right now?
No, I do not.
So after this, do you recall what date this was that you had checked to see if the car had been returned to the gas station?
I know it's in my report, and I would be guessing, if I could look at my report to confirm, I would actually give you the exact date. I believe it was the 29th, but I don't want to say that for sure without checking my report.
This is what I'm getting at is your investigation wrapped up pretty quickly after the beginning, right? It was within
Yes, sir.
the month of September.
Yes.
At any point, did you just find any evidence that Mr. Paxton had lied to you about what happened, or that he had any intent to defraud or steal from anyone?
No, I don't.
No further questions.
Just few follow-up questions about that last testimony that you gave. You said if you refer to your report, you'd be able to recall what days you went back to the store.
Correct.
So let me hand you a copy of your report. Your Honor, may I approach?
Absolutely. I mean, you're one step away.
It was the 25th.
So what month?
25th.
September
September 25th.
So the defending witness identified that he lost his car on the 21st, and then you went back to the store on the 25th.
Yep.
To see if it had been returned, and it had not been.
Right.
And defense counsel explained on cross-examination asked, did he ever give you an email? And does it outline in your report you never received that email?
As of the 29th, I did not receive it.
As of the 29th, you said?
As of the 29th of September. I
September.
apologize.
Yeah, I know, no further questions.
I just have a couple follow-ups. What was my question? Just so I'm clear, the alleged incident took place on September 21st, and then you, after your investigation, sent a letter to the defendant,
Yes.
and he called you back.
Yeah, I sent him a letter, an email, and I attempted to contact him.
Oh, yeah, his email address too.
Yeah, the TLO is the service that we use. It lists email address.
Got
associated
it.
to
Okay, because I was trying to figure out how in 4 days did this letter get there and you got a call back, but there was an email.
Yes.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
I'm not further.
Any additional questions for this?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Detective. Any more witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
Any defense witnesses?
Good rest.
No, Your Honor.
Argument.
Your Honor, in order to be found guilty of financial transaction advice, people have to prove that the defendant knowingly retained, knowingly possessed, knowingly secretly, knowingly used a financial transaction device without consent of the device holder. I believe for probable cause standard that we have met. You heard testimony today from the complaining witness in this case that he lost his card on September 21st, and immediately that card had been used. Several days, he was able to go to several of the businesses to see who was the individual who used the device, and was ultimately able to identify the defendant. While he was on the phone with one of the stores that the card was used at, he overheard the defendant give a false name about the person, about using that particular card. So it's based off of that, we believe that the defendant did know at the time that the card was not his. And in addition to that, you heard testimony that the defendant told Officer Rydell that he just happened, his girlfriend just happened to throw out some other stuff out of the car at the same time, at the same location where the complaining witness lost his card. And the defendant said he just happened to pick up that card at that same location, which to me sounds a little far-fetched, but.
And that he happened to have a card that looked just like this card.
Yes, so again, based off the testimony that you heard, I believe we've established by probable cause standards that he definitely knew that the car wasn't his. And you heard testimony that when they asked for it to be returned, he told him, the defendant told him that it would be returned to the store, and it was never returned to the store, and the complaining witness never got the car back. So in that case, he knowingly, he retained the card and did not return it back. So we ask that you both find this charge.
Riley?
Well, Your Honor, we heard from both Mr. Tarczynski and from Detective Riddell. My client admitted he had this card and he used it a few times, but that when he learned it was not his card, he stopped using it. The purchases that were made, I think totaled $87. That was the amount given. In other words, my client is not trying to extract money or make large purchases. I think these were sort of reasonable everyday type of purchases. There's no evidence of anything else. One thing that was noted, or one thing I want to note, is that there's simply no evidence that my client's version of events is not true.
We don't know your client's versions of events.
Or rather,
You don't know those ones. That's not on the record. Other than what the officer said he said to him, or what the victim said he said.
In other words, there's no evidence that my client lied to the officer or to the victim about what happened. This phone call that the victim made, where he overheard Tarek giving a false name. He said he couldn't recall the name, but it wasn't his name. I think if someone's trying to use someone else's card intentionally, they give that person's name. I don't know whether they give a different name. The victim offered that name is not on the front of the card. It's not visible unless you turn the card over and look for it. And this is a common design used for dual-edged cards.
But you could give the wrong name if the person has a difficult name and it's not your card and you don't remember what the name was when you're asked. That could be a situation. I just think this is something that is easily I agree with the prosecution as this is a far-fetched situation. Not saying that it's impossible that could happen. It's just it's rare. But if it happened, I believe that it's clearly it could have been cleared up quickly. You know, if you got a card that looks like it, then you show, oh, it looks just like my card. I thought this was my card, but that didn't happen. And then the officer said he offered for you to send him the card. No evidence that happened. And so then why would I believe that he had a card that looked like it, and that's why he mistook this card as his? If the officer says, yeah, well, just send me a copy of your card, and then you don't do it. And then there's testimony from the victim that he reached out via communication on social media, which I thought was another far-fetched situation, but it allegedly happened in this case, right? We're gonna have communication with the alleged victim, which I would find to the defendant's credit if the communication was along the lines of, it was a complete mistake. I thought it was my card. I'm gonna send you your money back. Not I'm gonna send you $40. Not I'm gonna get on a payment plan. You obviously thought you had $89 or $87.74 in your account. And so if this person reaches out and it was an accident, absolutely, I'm so sorry. Please don't file charges. Let me give you your money back. And here's a little extra on the side for your troubles. That didn't happen. There's no good faith here.
Just before we close, one thing I do want to note is I believe the officer said that his investigation closed September 29th.
Correct.
So there's no follow-up on whether the card had been returned to the gas station after that point, or any communication going forward after that, which I think might have illuminated something.
I keep your voice drop, which could what?
I think might have illuminated some of the questions that are outstanding.
Okay, so it sounds like in your position, that you are alleging it's possible that your client turned over these things, but it happened after this date. And but well, then that's a question of fact that needs to be fleshed out over on Kalamazoo. For those reasons, that this case is going to be bound over to the circuit court for a bind over date of the 29th of April. That's not a court date for you. That's a date the circuit court's going to receive the file from this court. I find that there's valid probable cause based on the testimony. Not to say that there's not a valid possible defense, but we don't have that defense before us at this time to flesh this out. That's something you all can flesh out over at the circuit court. A bond is set at 1,000 personal recognizance that will continue any additional matters for the record.
Your Honor, I would just ask that it be placed, no contact order with the complaining witness.
A no contact order with the complaining witness will go for it. I'm just checking the original bond order.
You have no objection to
I
that.
don't know what this means. No TL return. I don't know what that means, but I don't see any reason why he would want to contact the complaining witness other than for a nefarious reason. So I will go ahead and grant that request. Not to have contact directly or indirectly with Russell Lee Tushinsky. Any
Thank you.
additional matters?
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
No, Your Honor.
And let's spell his name. It's supposed to be Running Green. Is that correct?
We have Richmond, Lance Richmond, and Michael Green.
Who are you here for?
So I came here to talk to him, but
About something on my docket today?
no, it was for something on Tuesday, but we do have Mr. Brian Perkins, who showed up. He was supposed to be scheduled for a sentencing this morning at 9 a.m.
And why is he here now?
He had something happen at work, so he just got a brand new job and they were low staff this morning, and so he kind of worked over and just lost track of time, Your Honor. He did present himself as soon as he got away from work.
Did you have your attorney's number?
No, I didn't.
Did
I came in yesterday. I was gonna see if I could get it a day early.
you can do what?
I came in yesterday. I was gonna see if I could get it sent on it yesterday.
Oh, yeah, we can't move forward without your attorney, so you gotta make sure you call your attorney. And she has your attorney's contact or can help you get it if possible. Just reset his date, please. Well, unless you're gonna handle it for Miss Robinson, and he can do it now. Or Miss Robinson wants to come over now.
I can ask Ms. Robinson to come over. Now,
Yeah.
She did say that she was willing to do that.
Yeah, if she's available, then he can be sentenced today.
Absolutely.
And then you're ready on Richmond? Oh, the prosecutor left, so I guess we can go ready. Okay,
You can
this
come up,
is
Mr. Perkins.
State of Michigan versus Ryan Perkins, 26-00204.
Stand right here.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Assistant Prosecutor Attorney Dan Smith appearing on behalf of people.
Thank you. For the record, you don't need to be on the record for the sentencing.
Aaron Robinson, Assistant Public Defender for Mr. Perkins.
Okay, this is scheduled for sentencing. I do have a pre-sentence report. It was appear on the 13th. Do we need to make corrections, updates, or deletions?
Not at this time.
Make our
Yes, Your Honor, we'd ask the court to follow the recommendation put forward in the pre-sentence investigation report. This is Mr. Perkins' first assaultive offense in this case, and I believe that he would qualify for 7694A. I did talk to him about the recommendations put forward in the report. He is willing to complete those recommendations and abide by all other conditions imposed by the court. He is currently working, and that's where he was at this morning, and that's why he was late. He does work for the Quality Gary warehouse. So we'd ask the court to follow the recommendations.
If you can move over, I can't see you all behind
Sorry.
the computer. Okay, very good. Okay.
Mess up your stuff.
No worries, I just couldn't see it. Okay, and so he did advise, or by way of your colleague, advise why he was late this morning. And so recommendation is for 12 months probation with status under 769.4A. Did you want to make a statement at all, sir? Okay, I didn't see any other assaultive convictions on his record, so I will grant the status under 769.4A. Will be placed on a term of probation of 12 months. While on probation, he is required to submit to random preliminary drug testing and urinalysis testing. He has to pay the cost of that, okay? Okay, okay, and then you have to maintain employment and provide evidence of that. You're not to use, purchase, or possess alcohol, marijuana, or a controlled substance. You're not to use or possess a firearm, ammunition, or weapons of any kind. You're not to engage in any assaultive or threatening behavior. I think it did say that you were unemployed, but you are employed.
Yeah.
So we will update that. And it's at Quality Dairy Warehouse.
Correct.
I'm gonna continue the no contact order with the alleged, or with the victim, Makila Mead. Again, no assaultive or threatening behavior, and you will be required to participate in domestic violence programming, okay? That is a $30 per month oversight fee that you're responsible for each month of probation. So it's $360 for 12 months of probation oversight fees. That is a $75 crime victim rights fee plus a $50 state minimum cost that must be assessed. I'm going to waive discretionary fines and costs. Now, be credit for 3 days spent in jail, suspend the balance of 90 days at the conclusion of probation term, okay? The total fines and costs is $185. You'll make monthly payments on that, which is about $40 a month, okay? You'll check in with your probation officer before you leave here, and then you'll be reporting monthly, okay? Any additional matters for the record?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you. And then who's Emily Pearson? Why she mentioned? Oh, you're Emily Pearson.
Yes.
Okay, I thought it was somebody else. Okay, you must be gonna show exhibits.
I'm Jamie's assistant.
You got some exhibits, so I need to make you co-host.
All rise.
Getting old, man. It's time for my ibuprofen dose. Hirschman. No. What's that?
I'll remove this case.
Just, you don't have to remember it. So like I said, man, it is what it is. I gotta take care of this guy. So all the things got one there and that. He wasn't available for the last one.
Well, I mean, why is he necessary?
He's in the car at the time of the stop. He's one of the most active officers on the scene. I don't know how the testimony is gonna play out. Maybe ultimately I get what I want out of Uber. But yeah, evidence.
Well, you mean Weller?
Yeah.
The wrong department, I mean.
No, I hear you. But that was the same song and dance a month ago. I'm just letting you know, choose. I got to do it.
With her, did she say something about it the last? I don't know. I don't think I was here.
Yeah, no, you weren't. There was 2 officers missing, but the only one they described to me was Weller because he had already been let go from the department at that time. So then they couldn't find him. She gave him the adjournment to get. I don't even know who the other officer was, but we're in the adjournment to get everybody here and shoot pretty stiff.
Well, I mean,
yeah, I'm just saying.
If she lets it go, she lets it go.
Yeah.
I mean, so I'm only the henchman in this case.
Yeah. They'll give it to me right now. It doesn't get dismissed.
If I give it to you, then I gotta give up my job. I don't do that. Oh, I know damn.
Literally, he was just sitting there.
Yeah. What was that? You can make authority. Okay. He's good, absolutely.
The battle checks. So I just snap a picture for Clint. You over the battle checks.
we need some pictures. Are you coming up here?
Yeah.
So yeah, you'll sit right here.
Yeah, okay.
You get a witness list?
What's that?
I get a witness, you got an extra witness?
This is all counts. Huh? This is police officer. I mean, you have your witnesses. Oh, no, I'm sorry. This is. So which officers are?
Uberall and Zuber. Uberall is the officer that stopped the car. Right. Weller is the one who did the search in front of Uberall. They collected the drugs and took it back to Zuber. Zuber took it.
Yep, I got that chain. But, do you have the K9?
K-9 officer. But again, from what I understand, they took the drug and not as a.
I can share. That's what she's- I thought they were all. I did just communicate.
Shaver.
One of the state police officers is not necessary. Church now. He's not here anyway. So, Muller, Zuber. I'm sorry, not. Ubra, Zuber, Schaefer.
What does Schaefer do? I get it. I don't know what your, what your argument is gonna be.
You got the email that I sent. I wanted all of this. Yes. See.
Robertson. And with Schaefer. Oh.
Sure, that's.
K-9 officer is Robertson.
How long you been with prosecutor's office? 2 months.
So that makes me a LeBron fan and a Cleveland fan.
Yeah, well, that's a tough thing. Right there.
Now a Laker fan.
Yeah,
It's a little bit easier to go with Lakers.
yeah. Even football too.
Yeah. That worked out. Yeah. They were confused. So like, I'm gonna I got the one. Yeah. See, that's their problem. Yeah, I'm like, I'm not going to.
Thank you.
All right.
I'll eat up those snacks. You could be seated. Okay, we're on the record in the matter of the state of Michigan versus Lance Richmond, 25-02158. Appearance, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Assistant Prosecuting Attorney Dan Smith, here on behalf of the people of the state of Michigan.
Your Honor, Jamie White here on behalf of the defendant, Lance Richmond, and seated to my left.
Today is the date scheduled for examination. My understanding is that the officer is here now, ready to proceed.
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
No, that's not correct, Your Honor.
It's not?
No, it is not. It sounds like you remember the last time we were here.
No, I just was told that we were waiting for officer today. So
Oh,
what do you
well,
mean?
If I could just make a record. So the last time we were here, the prosecutor shared with me that 2 officers weren't available, that 1 was out of state, no longer with the department. The other officer was never identified. We asked, we've been preparing, we asked for the case to be dismissed. The court made some statements to the extent that this can't happen again. I don't remember exactly what you said, but you were like, this isn't happening again. Today, well, first of all, I made a subsequent request for all the officers to be here, all the officers that were actively involved in the stop and arrest of Mr. Richmond. I did release, this morning, I spoke with the unit chief. He called me. There was an undercover officer that was, she was there for chain. She took evidence from one place to the other. I said, no problem. We're not going to expose her. And he indicated to me that he had received or did know about my request to have all of the other officers here. And he indicated to me that the instructions were to subpoena them all. Here today, we do not have Officer Weller, who was not available the last time. We do not have Officer Parat, and we do not have Officer Richardson, and we do not have Officer Schaefer. And these are all potential critical. I don't know how the testimony is going to come out, but these are all potential dispositive witnesses.
Okay. No Officer Parat, no Officer Weller, and no Officer who?
Schaefer and Richardson.
Those officers aren't even on my complaint. Nonetheless. What officers do we have?
Your Honor, we have today Officer Uberov was the actual officer who made the stop, the initial traffic stop. And we have Officer Zuber, the officer who tested the drugs in this case. And from my understanding, again, this case entered the court prior to me being here, so I was not aware of the request. Defense counsel did send that request to us yesterday.
2 days ago.
It was 2 days ago by email. So we just subpoenaed the remaining officers. Officer Weller, I believe, is no longer with the department. I believe we made aware of.
Of course, they're aware of that.
The only other officer who was involved in this incident prior to the arrest or during the arrest is Officer Robertson, which is the K-9 officer, which from the testimony I believe that is going to come out today is she is not necessary. And I don't believe she has any exculpatory information that she would be able to give on cross-examination. So I believe with the 2 officers that we have here, people can't meet their.
I don't share the position that these officers are not available. They were on the scene, they handled evidence, the K-9 officer was there. That's an issue to open stiff, and whether that creates some illegality as far as Mr. Richmond being detained. I'll get into that during my presentation if we go forward. But, you know, I appreciate the prosecutor saying what's necessary and not necessary, but we have a right to call witnesses. I made a formal request. As far as Officer Weller's concerned, you know, we have a court rule for testifying by telephone, and this is twice now that he's not here, and he was in the car that pulled over Mr. Richmond. So no, I just completely disagree with the presentation. That's his opinion. It's not my opinion.
Right. You're not disputing that they're not available. You're saying you're disputing that they're not necessary, because he's saying they're not necessary, but you just said you disagree that they're unavailable.
Well, I don't know their availability. They're officers except for Weller.
I agree. Oh, Weller, I don't know. Even if officers no longer at the agency, they still can be subpoenaed for testimony.
I was told they were.
Yeah, so I don't know what's going on in that regard. As it relates to what the people need to meet their burden today, they don't just need more than mere suspicion. They only need probable cause. So I don't need a testimony from 5 and 6 officers, nor do I want testimony from 5 and 6 officers for an exam. This is not trial. And so that could be obviously detrimental to the people's cause at the time of trying to move forward in circuit court, if this case were to make it to circuit court. Or if there was, for some reason, they're not able to establish probable cause with their witnesses for whatever reason. Maybe they don't have enough testimony themselves. Maybe there's a credibility issue, whatever the case may be, then that's another story. But they can present their case, and 2, then that's for them to decide. I can't decide that for them.
Well, Your Honor, I just wanted one final note. We do believe there's going to be impeachment evidence. We do believe there's going to be credibility issues. There was mishandling of evidence that will be established without question. And the court is allowed to weigh the credibility of the witness, and
the likelihood of their success at trial. I'm able to weigh that as well. And your position is that you believe that without these other officers, the court's hindered in the ability to do that?
I believe that the court potentially will not have the ability to evaluate the credibility and truthfulness, for that matter, of the officer they plan to present. I don't know how he's going to testify.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. I don't either. So, but why would I not be able to evaluate his credibility? Because I don't have the other officers here?
Right. I mean, I don't know how he's going to testify.
Got it. So you're saying without the vantage point of the other officers, what do we weigh this credibility against, is what your position is?
Yes. I believe that's likely.
Valid. And it wasn't that they, outside of Officer Weller, it wasn't that they were not available. It was just that you didn't know that they were supposed to be here today?
They were subpoenaed. One of
2 days, but yesterday they were subpoenaed.
Yes, yesterday. And the only other officer, Weller, is no longer with the department. The canine officer, Officer Robinson, is currently out of state. So
Officer Robinson is out of state.
But again, it's my position that the people
Robertson is out of state. You wanted Weller.
Yes, ma'am.
And who else did you want subpoenaed?
Officer Parrott and Officer Wheeler.
Where's Officer Parrott?
And Officer Schaefer, sorry.
Your Honor, I don't see either of those officers in the police report. Let me see.
Officer Parrott is named on the complaint for sure. I don't know. Who's the other officer you said?
Officer Schaefer. Yes, ma'am.
I don't see Officer Schaefer on the complaint, but
He was at sea. All the events. Handled evidence.
Officer Schaefer?
Right.
I have Officer Zuber on here, Robertson, Uberall, Weller, Parrott, and Hutchins on the complaint. I don't know.
Your Honor, Trooper Schaefer.
Trooper Schaefer,
Correct.
got it, okay. And your record doesn't show Trooper Schaefer involved?
My record does not show Trooper Schaefer involved.
He handled, I'm sorry, he handled evidence. He was at the scene, participated in all of the activities that happened on this day. I have a body cam.
Sounds good. Okay, so I'll address any motions that you want to make as it relates to the court's ability to move forward without their testimony at the conclusion. So, because I don't know how I don't think either of us know how this is going to play out. So let's call the witnesses.
People call Officer Bailey Uberall.
Solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give is the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury.
I do.
Okay. State your first and last name and spell both.
Sergeant Bailey Uberoth, Bailey, Uberoth, Ueberroth.
You can proceed, Counsel.
Good afternoon. Do you mind if I use your first name?
Absolutely.
Sergeant Bailey. Or Bailey. Are you currently employed?
I am.
And where are you currently employed?
With the city of Lansing Police Department.
And what is your assignment there?
Currently, I'm a sergeant with the night shift patrol
Okay. And how long have you been a sergeant in the night shift?
since January of this year.
Okay. And were you on duty on February 4th? And what was your assignment on February 4th of 2025?
I was my rank was an officer, and I was assigned to the community policing division.
And were you on patrol on February 4th of 2025?
Yes.
In that capacity?
Yes.
And did your tour of duty take you to South Martin Luther King Boulevard and West St. Joseph Street?
Yes.
And is that in the city of Lansing?
Yes.
Ingham County?
Yes.
State of Michigan?
Yes.
And is there someone present in the courtroom today that you recognize from that time, date, and that location?
Yes.
Can you point that individual out and describe an article of clothing?
He's sitting over there in the red polo suit.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witnesses identify the defendant?
IDs moved.
All right, and Sergeant, how or what initially brought you to, or how did you end up at Michigan and St. Joseph?
At MLK and St. Joseph Street, I observed a Lincoln MKZ window tint, and I initiated a traffic stop.
So you were on road patrol?
Correct.
And you saw this vehicle with the window tint?
Yes.
And were you able to, were you able to see through the car?
No.
Window tint? And is that what prompted you to stop the vehicle?
Yes.
So once you see this vehicle with the window tint and you make an assessment that you're going to stop, what happened next?
I initiated a traffic stop in the vehicle, and the vehicle pulled over, and I made contact with the driver.
Okay. And I assume now you're at the driver's side window.
Yes.
Okay. And then what happened?
I asked the driver for his license, registration, insurance, which he provided. At the same time, our canine officer arrived on scene simultaneously. Standard practice, we can do a free air sniff. For officer safety reasons, we don't want anybody in the car when we're running the canine around. So I asked the driver to step out of the vehicle, which he then said no and glared directly at his steering wheel as if he was going to drive away.
Okay. And in your training and experience, When a individual who you asked out of the car, when they do that, what does that give you any indication?
Yes,
And what is that?
that they're non-compliant, have potential potential flight risk, and potential for use of force.
And what was the defendant's demeanor at the time?
Initially, he was cooperative when he provided me the documents, but when I did ask him, he said no, kind of gripped the steering wheel, looked straight ahead, and not compliant with it.
And you said that you were gonna do a sniff of the vehicle. Is it the policy? What's the normal policy when that happens?
Yep. So like I mentioned before, it's an officer safety reason. We have all the occupants step out of the vehicle so the canine handler can safely run the dog around the vehicle while we're doing our routine steps for checking driving history, warrants, vehicle status, insurance.
And that's for the safety of the canine officer, the canine, and the defendant.
Correct.
As well as officer safety. So you asked the defendant to step out, and then what happened?
When he said no and looked straight ahead while grabbing the steering wheel, from my training experience, I thought that he was potential flight risk. So I reached into the vehicle, I undid his seatbelt and hands on him and extracted him from the vehicle. And I told him he was under arrest for obstruction.
Yeah. So, and at that point, did he comply with your request to exit the vehicle?
No.
And did you have to use force to get him out of the vehicle?
Minimal force, just strength and leverage. So it was myself.
And then, so he says no, you're trying to get him out of the vehicle. What happens next?
I successfully removed him from the vehicle and then secured him in handcuffs. Once he was secured in handcuffs, my partner, Officer Weller, and I completed a search incident to arrest. He was wearing a fanny pack on the front waistband. Inside the fanny pack, Officer Weller in front of me removed 2 bags of suspected cocaine.
So let's back up a bit. You got him out of the vehicle, you placed him in handcuffs, and then you were going to arrest him for his failure to comply. Is that correct? Okay. And then subject to that arrest, you said you made a search?
Correct.
And did you make the search or who made the search?
Officer Weller in front of me. I may have assisted on one side. I don't recall, but the search was done.
Right in front of you. Right. So you had eyes on the defendant the entire time?
Yes.
And you saw Officer Weller remove, what did you say?
2 baggies of suspected narcotics.
And you removed the suspected narcotics out of fanny pack. What happened then?
I then transported them to our detention lockup facility.
And what happened? Suspected paraphernalia that you had?
Once at the jail, it was turned over to Officer Zuber, who's specialized narcotics officer.
And let's talk just briefly about the Officer Robinson and the canine search or sniff. Did Officer Weller's search have anything to do with whether or not you were going to arrest the defendant?
Your Honor, that calls for speculation.
Question is, the canine, you said what?
Did officer, any search by the canine?
Canine unit. So just for my clarification, Officer Robertson is the one who's with the canine.
Yes.
And your question is whether or not the canine search had anything to do with whether or not he was going to arrest?
Yes.
Your objection is to speculation?
Yeah, I mean, it's evidence, not, yeah, I mean, he's asking him to state a mind question based on evidence that hasn't been brought in. And that particular witness is not available to testify.
I think I can get your point. I think his question was supposed to be, or it was posed, I believe, to ask what was going on in his mind, not Robertson's mind. Am I correct? Okay, so maybe you want to clarify that question, because I think the way it's stated, it could cause for speculation as to what's going on in Officer Robertson's mind.
Okay.
Which would be speculation, but you
read-
can ask it directly as it relates to him.
I'll rephrase. When you made the arrest, to you, was there sufficient basis for the defendant's arrest before a canine sniff or search happened?
Yes, the arrest took place before the canines.
And you made that arrest based off of your observations of what happened on scene before a canine was used to sniff the vehicle, sniff.
Correct.
Search. Okay. And you said that the canine, they were on the scene simultaneously. They were at the scene at the same time.
Correct. The canine was on scene simultaneously, not prolonging the stop.
Okay. And did you have any other duties, or did you do any other investigation related to this incident?
No.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
I'm just a little confused, I guess, by your last question, then, because you asked him, was there sufficient basis for arrest prior to the canine? You said yes. But my understanding is why there was arrest was for resisting because he refused to get out of the vehicle so that the canine could search.
Correct.
So I'm not sure that I'm following. How was there sufficient basis for arrest prior to the canine? Because the arrest was precipitated for his failure to comply for the canine, correct?
Correct. Well, to get out of the car. So the canine had not been taken out of the car yet. The canine officer was on scene. Standard practice is that we'll remove everyone out of the vehicle, then get the dog out, and then do the free air sniff. So to answer your question, yes, he was removed from the vehicle for the purpose of the canine sniff. However, the reason he was placed under arrest was for the obstruction of refusing to get out.
Okay, got
Does
it.
that make sense?
Got it, thank you. But the canine was still in the vehicle, in the thing, that's what you're saying, got it.
Yeah.
Cross-examination.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I forgot to get exhibit stickers.
No problem. He has them.
I wrote. Any preference if I use letters or numbers, Your Honor?
Letters for.
Sergeant O'Brien, what is the community police division what is their role in the community?
Yeah, so the community policing division, it's still a fully marked patrol capacity officer. They're just assigned to a smaller area within the city with responsibilities of doing more of the quality of life issues and making relationships with business owners and neighborhood stakeholders. But you're still in that patrol capacity, still responding to 911 calls throughout the city, still patrolling the entire city.
Are there times when you collaborate with other police departments, Michigan State Police?
Yeah.
For the purpose of investigations? And were you collaborating with Michigan State Police in February when this incident occurred?
No. However, they were driving by and stopped when it wasn't coordinated.
Okay. Have you read the police report of the Michigan State Police that were on the scene?
No, I was unaware that police report was even read.
Okay. And it's your testimony there was no collaboration with them on this day, it was just a traffic stop?
Correct, this was a traffic stop.
Okay, Your Honor, I'm gonna put on what's marked as Exhibit A. And I'm not sure if we have an actual physical picture of this.
No, I'm sure.
So I will show this first to see if it refreshes his memory as to what was going on this night.
Well, I would object to that. I mean, I don't believe the officer has indicated that he doesn't remember anything, so if that's the basis.
Is that his police report?
That is the Michigan State Police report.
And he says he has no indication that this was even written, so.
I don't think we can admit a police report as an exhibit.
I'm offering it for impeachment, Your Honor.
Oh, okay, well, you don't have a copy to show him?
Yes,
I don't
I do.
need to see it.
Let me put it on.
We'll put it on the screen.
Well, you can't put it on the screen without us all seeing it. If you're just offering to show him, is that what you're doing?
I'm offering it to the court for the purposes of impeachment. I mean,
Okay,
and this came from them. This came from the prosecutor's office.
so it's an incident report that was authored by whom?
Michigan State Police that were on the scene.
Okay, and you,
He says they weren't collaborating. This police report will show that they were.
I would ask that he ask the question, if this officer says no, then that's the answer.
I thought he said no, that he wasn't collaborating with the Michigan State Police.
I said that nothing was like coordinated, but they did respond, just driving by, but I initiated a traffic stop with the canine from LPD.
Okay. So I will proffer that the Michigan State Police report says this was an investigation based on informant that there was an illegal gun in this car. The state
Oh,
police
so-
were
so-
with the Lansing Police Department on this occasion. And he just said they weren't collaborating. This police report will contradict that.
okay. So you're offering for impeachment purposes, you can proceed.
Highlight the really relevant sentence. So, is it okay if I read this into the record, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay. The report is authored.
Yeah, my computer just died. Oh, thanks.
You serious?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was joking.
I got it back up.
Does she have a charging cord?
No, I apologize. I got here early. It's long.
We have it back up. could ask a few additional questions if everybody had time. Officer Uberoff, how long had you been engaged with Mr. Richmond before the Michigan State Police showed up?
Think I was pulling him out of the vehicle and they came up to the stop. I don't know the time frame of how long I was on scene. But if my memory serves me correct, I think that I was actively pulling him out by the time they got out the window.
And it's your testimony that this wasn't a coordinated investigation involving a gun that was supposedly sold or purchased by Mr. Richmond.
To my knowledge, I had no understanding about any of the background knowledge of sort of weapons or collaboration.
So Michigan State, okay. If the Michigan State Police reported that they were helping you with an investigation involving a gun that was supposedly in Mr. Richmond's car, would that not be accurate?
To my knowledge, no. I saw just briefly on there that, you know, they were working in conjunction with Lansing Police Department, SOS division. I think, was that accurate what they wrote there? That first highlighted block?
The summary is that they were working with law enforcement involving a confidential person that reported there was a illegal purchase of a weapon by Mr. Richmond.
Yeah, so any of that investigation, I didn't have any part of it. Now, if the state police in the back end, to my knowledge, were working with SOS, that could have been a possibility. However, at the time of the stop, I didn't know MSP was involved at all, other than the fact that I thought they were just driving by.
So it's your understanding that MSP just happened to drive by while they're conducting an investigation on Mr. Richmond? A coincidence?
Yeah.
In the city of Lansing?
Happens all the time.
But this was your traffic stop though, correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Let's get through this portion first. Okay, and can we scroll down so I can read the author? Okay. So this report says, while working with Secured Cities Partnership. Is that you?
No, so Secured Cities Partnership is a combined team with MSP, Lansing. They work together with our VCI team, their violent crime impact team. So they have their own office at our operations center, and they go out to the city regularly, daily.
All right, so while working with Secured Cities Partnership in conjunction with the Lansing Police Department, Trooper Schaefer and I assisted with being a react team for controlled gun buy with SOS. This deal did not occur. After the controlled buy, Trooper Schaefer and I backed up LPD on a traffic stop for SOS. LPD conducted the traffic stop and we stood by for scene security. We did not locate any contraband or anything of any note. So again, I'm gonna ask you,
I object. I think Your Honor, I'm sorry. He
I don't
asked and
think-
answered.
I think he has to ask him, I guess, again, for his impeachment purpose. I don't know that you need, the objection is appropriate after reading this. I don't know that we have much of an impeachment here. No, because I don't think this is saying that they did the traffic stop for a control box. It's saying, it's almost as if this, whoever drafted this, and I don't know because I don't have him here, it's just telling what they were doing before they went to do the traffic stop.
So I would also have a relevance objection as well.
well, I anticipate calling the troopers, you know, and we'll see what they have to say. But
That's fine. I get that. No, I'm gonna let you continue with your impeachment. That's why I'm saying I don't think that the objection is necessary at this juncture. So you can continue.
So I just want to clarify for the record, it's your position that this was a random traffic stop and you were not working in conjunction with the Michigan State Police for any purposes involving Mr. Richmond.
I was not working with Michigan State Police.
Okay. And they showed up on the traffic stop within a minute. Is that fair? I'm going to show the video.
Sure. Yeah, I think a minute would probably be accurate.
Okay. All right. So, Your Honor, I don't need to mark this as an exhibit. I'm just sharing it with the court for the purposes of impeachment.
Great.
Anticipating other testimony if the officers were here.
Sounds good. Thank you. Trooper Schaefer, though, was not subpoenaed.
Trooper Safer was not subpoenaed.
But you are,
He was requested.
he was requested. So because he's new and he likely didn't understand that you wanted all of them here, I will continue so Schaefer can be subpoenaed
I would just offer to the court.
if necessary.
Yeah, I would just want to offer the court that I was contacted by APA Berman, who's a unit chief this morning. We discussed this matter. He completely understood that everybody was to be subpoenaed. In fact, he said there was some disagreement in the prosecutor's office about, he didn't go and elaborate on it. It's not suggesting he said or did anything wrong, but it was very clear that the instructions were that everybody was to be subpoenaed. It was very clear that I wanted all the officers. He was asking me to let go of the undercover officer, which I agreed to. So this idea that they didn't know that Schaefer was supposed to be subpoenaed.
I'm not saying they, because I don't know, I wasn't involved in your conversation with Mr. Bierman. So I don't know if the they means that their office was aware, and that's possible. But again, he's new. So did that translate to him is the concern, because up until literally the last 2 weeks, I've had a law student running the docket. And then he just took over.
Can the court, and I mean no disrespect, but can the court make an inquiry as to what his knowledge was prior to coming to this hearing as far as who was supposed to be here?
What was your knowledge, sir?
I received an email from defense counsel, or our office received an email from defense counsel 2 days ago, asking that everyone on the complaint be subpoenaed. I don't see troopers Schaefer in the complaint or anywhere.
I don't see him on the complaint either.
Information.
I believe the email said, I'm going to generalize, but the email said we want all officers involved with this scene in any way, shape, or form.
Well, you can pull up the email now. It tells you what it says.
And that's it would be our position that he's
You can
not
just-
really involved. But anyway,
You can't take that position. No, you can't interpret involvement now, but if he said all of them on the complaint, that's one thing. If he said all of them involved, and you mistook that to mean that you did determine that the officer Schaefer or trooper Schaefer wasn't involved, that's different. I don't believe that Mr. Smith did anything nefarious.
No, of course not.
Because again, he just picked up on this
Definitely not
case.
suggesting that. But it doesn't change the fact that Mr. Richmond is here defending himself.
Agreed. And my thing is, if it was clear to the prosecutor's office that everyone was supposed to be involved, I don't know why that was not translated.
Can you pull that email?
Yeah. It should have, if Mr. Bierman knew, it should have translated over. And then I'm wondering how Mr. Bierman even knew. Is there some notes in your system that lets him know this? How does he know what's going on in a district court case he's not on?
Our conversation was, I understand you want every officer there, and it was involved.
So was this was a conversation you had today?
This morning.
Okay.
Early this morning, we talked because he wanted the undercover officer that is not on, so here's to, I think, goes to the point that what I requested, because the undercover officer was somebody that just dealt with evidence in the police station. I didn't even know, I'm not gonna say her name on the record, but I didn't even know her. She had no involvement.
So you say you didn't need her exposed?
I didn't need her, but Mr. Bierman believed that she had to be here.
Because everyone was supposed to be here. Got it. And so her name's not on the complaint.
No, she was.
Got it. So to your point, it's not just everyone who was on the complaint was subpoenaed. It was everyone who was involved was subpoenaed.
That was the request.
Got it.
I have it. Okay. Let's see. I'll read that. You want to see it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that's the email I received.
Okay, so you did receive a request for all of the officers involved?
No,
No.
I
What,
received
it says what? I don't know what it says, so just tell me.
all of them. You can read it.
All of them on the complaint?
Yes, that's what it
Okay.
says.
Okay, and so that's how you proceeded, although you said Officer Bierman, how did this officer that was released get subpoenaed then? You didn't subpoena that officer?
I'm not sure what officer he's talking about.
Okay, off the record.
There was another officer for a different.
the officer. Okay, back on the record. You believe what?
I believe the defense counsel is making an accusation that maybe this stop was pretextual. And
He has the right to do that. I
Yeah.
mean, that's not a problem.
yeah, and again, at this point, I believe this officer, his testimony is sufficient to show that he made a valid traffic stop for Wendleton. So
Absolutely, but he, I believe, we're looking to potentially call Schaefer for potential impeachment purposes, which he has the right to do as well. And he notified your office in advance that he wanted all the officers here. And so whether, just because that got misconstrued in the translation, doesn't now put him in a position that he's got to take whatever you got here.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
You can continue with your question.
Thank you, ma'am. I just want to talk a little bit about the sniff dog. That dog was also immediately on the scene at the time of the stop.
That's correct.
So you had a sniff dog in a separate vehicle. There was another car of Lansing Police Department on the scene. There was 3 cars, correct?
There was 2 Lansing police and Michigan State Police.
Okay, so 3 cars, Michigan State Police, 2 Lansing Police Department cars. One of them had a sniff dog. All happened to be on the traffic stop with Mr. Richmond. Total coincidence.
What's the objection to?
Arguing.
Well, he said before it happens all the time, it's a coincidence. So I'm gonna allow him to ask the question that way, only because the previous question as to how everybody arrived at the same time, his response was, yeah, it happens all the time. So I'll allow it at this point.
So this was a total coincidence that all of the officers that I've described appeared on the scene simultaneously for a Wendleton stop.
The state police, to my knowledge, was me and the canine car were driving to the city together.
You say we're driving to where?
Driving through the city together.
Got it.
Okay, and was that for a particular purpose, or you just follow each other as a matter of protocol?
Matter of protocol. Just every day.
So she followed you to the scene?
Followed me to the traffic stop.
She followed you to the truck. Was she behind you, next to you, or?
She was behind me.
She was behind you. Okay, all right. So we're gonna show the dash cam of Officer Uber's car in pieces. I'm sorry, did you say letters or numbers here?
No, letters for you.
This is the dash cam of Uber off, the car Uber off was driving. That's what
It's
correct. Officer Uberoff, can I approach the witness with the proposed exhibit?
Please do.
That might be the or the green, the green case.
I was just literally, is he trying to see what's the ATA? Because I was just about to say, I don't know if we have time today for green at this.
Yeah, I'll go down right now and let him know on officially excuse.
Thank you. Okay, and you were gonna approach,
I did.
Oh, okay, you already did.
Showing him off the record and,
sounds good.
okay, so like this, that's to be admitted.
It's proposed exhibit A.
Yes, do you want to see it, Your Honor?
Did you show,
Yes.
okay. Any objections to his
It's
admission?
just, you're not admitting just that, you're admitting the video.
Correct, but I've broken it up into pieces. I think that would be.
So you just want the picture to be A or you want the video to be A? Okay, so that A is just reflective of the video, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine.
No objection.
People's A is admitted. I'm sorry, defense A is admitted.
So it's your testimony that Officer Robinson, well, first of all, you had a chance to look at the exhibit.
The picture.
Yes, sir. Body cam, I'm sorry, your dash cam.
I think so, yes.
You think so or you know so?
If you were to play it more, I would feel.
Okay, that's fair. Well, why don't we play, it's not long, why don't we play the entire video and then we'll come back and ask some questions about pieces.
The entire video is 17 minutes. Right?
That's something.
You said not long.
We're playing a 17-minute video?
Well, we can stop once the car
Yeah, I
stops.
just only want to see the relevant portions.
Okay, we can stop there. I'm going somewhere. I promise.
Okay, I'm watching.
Okay, are you able to say with any certainty that is your?
Yes, that's fine.
That's your. And then in front of you is Mr. Richmond's vehicle.
Correct.
Okay, and you first observed Mr. Richmond's vehicle around MLK in St. Joe, is your testimony?
That's when I initiated the traffic stop. I had previously seen it in traffic.
A traffic where?
Right when he was getting on the highway. It's like Cedar 496 entrance ramp to go westbound.
Okay. And where were you at the time that you first saw the vehicle? Relevant to where it was. Okay. We just played the video of you getting on the highway. Does that help you remember when you first saw the vehicle? Okay. So, Your Honor, I've got a few marked exhibits. I'll share with the officer. It's cuts of video. I can approach, Your Honor, I'm going to share this offering.
Permission is granted to both of you all to approach for the entire examination.
The circuit court, they get funky.
Well, it's a further approach. He's one step away, you're three.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that exhibits B, C, D, and E be admitted.
No objection.
C, D, E, and
D and E.
C, D, E, and G.
Well, A's already been amended, so
E,
B, C, D, E.
almost is not married or something. It's admitted.
All right, thank you, Ron. So Officer Uroff, I'll show you the video again, but what I suggest to you is that is your dash cam.
That is my dash cam.
And where, if you know, was the suspect vehicle at this time?
In front of the car.
Was in front of your car? Okay. I'm gonna play the video one more time, Your Honor, a couple times actually. I'm gonna show you the video. You're getting on 496. And your testimony is that.
I'm getting off 496 at this
point. Okay, that's fine. And we're gonna play it a little bit further, but this is the suspect car in front of you.
Oh, I think it's one more in front.
Okay.
It's trying to catch up to it.
Good. So Officer Ura, where was the suspect vehicle at the time? I think your original testimony was at St. John Martin Luther King. That was your original testimony, correct?
The original testimony was that I served in this area, which I do right here. And that's where the traffic stop was initiated. I've previously seen that's why you see me trying to catch up. Hop onto the highway there.
Your original testimony wasn't that you saw the car with tint around Martin Luther King and St. Joe?
The car is right there with tint.
So I just want to clarify to make this record clear. Do you agree with me that you originally testified that you saw the tint of Martin Luther King and St. Joe when the prosecutor asked you a question?
Yes.
Is that still your testimony?
Yes, I saw the vehicle at King and St. Joe with the no tint. I also previously saw it prior to that. I was getting up the highway, trying to catch up to it.
And the car was in front of you at that time on the highway?
It got in front of me.
It got in front of you. Shift gears a little bit, Your Honor.
I'm sorry.
Let's shift gears a little bit. So I want to talk about the dog car that was followed. Were you in communication with her at all on this occasion before this incident?
I don't remember, sir. So I've been out for over 30 hours now.
That's fair, but you know, I need an answer.
Yeah.
So
I don't remember.
Okay. You don't remember communicating with an officer that was following you for some random reason?
So maybe this will help clarify it for you. It's pretty common that we'll drive around together, especially with a canine with a drug dog. That if we see someone take a route and try and catch up to a car, there is no formal communication needed. We'll see what you're doing. I can tell by your driving behavior, and I should probably follow it.
And did you have any reason to believe that there were narcotics in this car? Did you relay to the canine officer that there was some reason to believe there was narcotics in the car?
I just have a quick question about you and the K-9. Are you saying that it's as common for you two to drive around the city separately?
In separate cars.
Okay,
yes.
got it.
And so the open sniff happened, correct?
I believe eventually, yeah.
Okay. Do you need to see the video of it, or do you remember it happening?
It happened.
Okay. And when it happened, was there any reason to believe that there were narcotics in the car?
I don't remember if the dog hit on the vehicle or not. However, narcotics were located on his person.
After the sniff?
During. Now, whether the dog sniff happened while I'm doing the search, that could have happened. However, he was in handcuffs, searched incident to arrest is when my focus and attention was on.
Okay, so you pull the car over for a window tint violation. You're traveling behind it.
Yes.
Okay, and you can see the back of the vehicle. At any time, was that car behind you?
It was in a position where I could see it, and that's how it got it so far ahead of me on the cedar. Right, so I take the ramp, and so I shifted gears, and that's how I got the distance.
Good. But would you agree with me, and I can play it again, would you agree with me that your vantage point at all times was behind this vehicle?
Purpose of the video.
Well, I mean, do you disagree with the video that says you were behind the vehicle from the time?
The video doesn't capture the previous observations I saw before I was trying to catch up.
Okay, well, that's what I'm asking you. So when you had previous observations, this car was in front of you.
Yeah, the car was traveling the same direction as me on Cedar Street near 496.
All right, and you were behind that car.
I don't remember if I was directly behind it, in the lane next to it, or whatnot. However, I observed window tint. That's my testimony.
And that was on Cedar Street?
I believe so, yes.
Well, do you remember it being on Cedar Street, or do you not remember?
Yes, it was on Cedar Street, right before we're about to take the 496 westbound. The MLK.
All right. Did the car ever pass you on 496?
On 496, no.
Did the car when you first saw it, what you remember on what happened on Cedar, was the car in front of you or behind you?
Objection, Your Honor. I think he's asked this question several different times, and you need to, so my objection is ask and answer and relevant.
I have not asked the question. He just said that it occurred on Cedar Street, so I'm asking him what the location of the vehicle was on Cedar Street. Was it
ahead of him or
ahead of him? Or was he behind it? Was he, how did he see the window tint? I believe his testimony was.
Okay, so the purpose of the line of this question is to determine how he's seen the tent?
Where the cars were positioned when he saw the tent.
He's asked this several times.
Well,
the officers plainly told him something.
Okay, if the answer is he was he was behind the vehicle the whole time, I'll take it.
Is that your answer?
Yes.
Okay.
Are you sure? I know you're tired. But you're just like, it sounds like you're conceding.
No, I don't remember the exact vehicle positioning. However, you could see vehicle tint. Are we even arguing that the car has vehicle tint?
I'll answer questions.
Okay, sir. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but yes, I observed the car to have vehicle tint. I don't remember my exact vehicle positioning because this occurred 2 years ago off camera.
Okay. So,
however, I observed it while I was traveling on Cedar Street prior to entering onto 496.
Okay, so final question. You do not remember where this car was located at the time you saw the window tint?
Car was in the area of Cedar and 496 when I first observed the window tint.
So he's at 496. So the first time you saw it was on 496 or on Cedar Street?
Cedar Street. As he's about to get on 496.
And you were behind the vehicle.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to introduce exhibits F, G, H. And only if you could put those snapshots up.
F, G, and H. Thank you.
Fleet Cam 2115. And I.
H and I.
This one.
Is it of the
Can I
same?
just get a little clarification since we're stuck here? Is this coming up to the intersection of MLK right here?
That's correct.
Okay, that's what I want to make sure. That's Union Missionary? That's what I thought, okay.
Let me show you what's marked as proposed exhibit G. Are you able to say where the defendant's car was at that point in time? The one that's circled in blue? Okay. And I'm gonna show you proposed exhibit F. Are you able to identify the suspect's vehicle?
It's not captured in this still shot.
And H, same question.
Circled in blue.
And I. Same question. Okay. Was the vehicle's interior at any point in time visible to you, the interior of the vehicle?
Yes.
And at what point was that?
I opened the door.
Okay.
You said when?
I opened the car door.
We opened the door.
And Mr. Richmond had already rolled down the window. Did Mr. Richmond already had rolled down the window as you approached the vehicle?
Yes.
And if you know, is window tint a civil infraction or is it a criminal offense?
Infraction.
And for window tint, does somebody get a ticket usually, a ticket or a warning?
Correct.
Did you give them a ticket on this occasion? That feels is discretionary on your part.
Correct.
Do you remember at any point in time, officers on the scene, LPD officers that were with you, discussing looking for a gun?
I don't remember.
this will still be. I'm going to come back to that. Okay, Officer Uberoff, after you received the information, insurance, driver's license, that, did he have everything that you asked for? Okay. Is it your practice to have this dog do an open air sniff to basically detain the individual in the vehicle for a civil infraction?
It is standard procedure to have the occupants step out of the vehicle to perform a rear sniff.
So would you agree that that would be a seizure of?
Objection.
What's the objection?
Call for a legal conclusion.
Was Mr.
What was the question?
I'll rephrase it.
Okay, thank you.
When you remove people for the purposes of an open air sniff, are they free to leave?
No.
Okay, so to some extent, he was in your custody at that point in time.
Essentially, it was in my custody the moment the traffic stops, since they're not free to leave at that point.
So at what point for a civil infraction are they free to leave?
When the stop is concluded.
When there's an open air sniff of a dog available?
No, because that doesn't mean that the stop is concluded.
So it could go on even beyond the open air sniff?
Correct.
For a civil infraction?
Correct.
Do you remember seizing evidence, personal items? You've already described suspected drugs. Do you remember taking any personal items from Mr. Richmond?
I remember putting all of his property in a bag.
Did you put it in a bag or did a different officer put it in a bag?
I don't remember.
If you don't remember the personal items that you, is that your, I just want to make sure.
I don't remember what the items, all the items were, and I don't remember if I did it or if another officer did it.
That's fair. Sorry.
Went with me to the jail.
And I'm gonna object now to relevance. And we're here to establish probable cause, whether or not the defendant possessed cocaine at the time. If it's any question other than was the things that you carried cocaine, I don't see how it's relevant.
I'm going to present evidence that there was evidence misappropriated by this officer.
Was it cocaine?
I don't think it matters. I want to impeach his credibility.
Okay, so it's going to impeachment.
Yes, ma'am.
So the objections overruled. Your question, because the objection in your end of your answer kind of overlapped. You were saying you don't remember if it was you who seized or another officer?
Correct.
Okay, and you also don't remember what the items were?
Various personal property items.
Would it refresh your memory if I showed you the inventory that from your report?
Sure.
I approach.
Yes.
Sorry. Yeah. Read that to yourself. Does that refresh your memory?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it your practice to always inventory everything that is taken from a scene?
Like written down?
Under what circumstances would you not include in your, and you read, this is your report, you drafted this report, can we agree on that?
That is an automated generated report. Comes from what I wrote was the narrative under my name.
But this information came from you.
Information came from the automated report. And the items on there were entered into evidence, which is separate from prisoner property, which are entered in by other people that were not.
Okay, so did you take a cell phone?
Probably.
Was that evidence in this case?
Potentially. I don't know. All the property and evidence was turned over to Officer
Uber, you said?
Zuber.
Zuber.
Yeah.
At any point in time, did you handle personal property after Officer Zuber had the evidence?
No.
Were you there at the time of booking Mr. Richmond?
Yes.
And do you recall handling the personal evidence at that point in time? I'm gonna say personal items.
Personal items?
Yeah, because none of this stuff was dealt with. It was returned to him, correct? Cell phone was returned to him.
I don't know if the cell phone was returned or not. If you're saying it was, I'll take your word for it. All right.
So did you take a knife on this occasion off of Mr. Richmond?
Yeah, I think a knife was taken off of Mr. Richmond. I don't know if I was the one that personally did it or another officer, but I know, yes, a knife was taken.
Okay. And do you recall handling that knife at any point in time after it was taken off of Mr. Richmond?
I believe it was secured in the same area as the narcotics.
And where was that?
In a bag that was brought to the jail. I was then left on the counter for Officer Zuber to pick up.
Okay. Are there any circumstances where you would remove items before that envelope is turned over?
Typically, what happens is that whoever the arresting officer is, they would just handle all the evidence or divvy it up between your partners. Officer Zuber was responding to the jail and was a narcotics officer at the time.
Did you
and handled the evidence.
Did you remove the knife from the personal evidence and take it into your possession at any point in time in the booking process?
No, it was in the bag.
All right. You go. I'm gonna play.
Your Honor, I'm gonna object
To the video?
to the video, to this entire line of questioning, but I'm not sure how this establishes credibility.
The video is gonna show him taking the knife out of the bag and booking, and then covering up his dash cam with his hand, and the knife was never accounted for. In fact, Mr. Richmond made a complaint, and the city attorney sent him, which I have in my possession, an offer to release all claims against the police department for $400. I think that goes to impeachment. I'm gonna show this.
I'm sorry?
I'm gonna show this in the video. He said he never handled the knife, that he turned over the envelope. That is not what happened.
Yeah, if he said it. And this is, the line of questioning intent is intended to attack the credibility of this witness. And so he said he didn't handle the knife. He's gonna now allegedly show video that show that he did handle the knife, that the knife was not accounted for. And that is for the purposes, again, to try to attack the credibility. The court has to allow him opportunity for impeachment.
Thank you. Wait, it's entirety. So, Your Honor, this would be exhibit J, I believe, this video.
There's no sound, correct?
Well, it's not, it's audible sometimes, sometimes not. So I guess first, for foundation purposes, is this your dash cam? I'm sorry, your body cam.
My body.
Okay, all right. You can put the whole thing inside here.
Get it to that. Yeah, you click share sound and still didn't work. Yeah, you have to be muted, but the share sound option.
That should work.
Sorry?
I'm just staring at my face. Don't need to look at myself that much.
Are you muted?
Sorry.
I can establish.
Whenever you're ready. I'm just waiting for you.
Sorry, I can't figure out who you're talking about.
That's okay. I don't know. A few more stickers. Please.
More than 4?
Yeah. So let me just one thing is keep track of the exhibits.
Is this the video that's supposed to show us the night? Is that?
Yes, Your Honor. I have a few photo exhibits I'd like to admit first. We're on I. Yeah, you're fine. Next circle. I didn't get this. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Take a look at this, see if that. If you know what's happening at that point in time.
So this is on the scene, this is his car?
Correct.
You're saying that's his knife in my hand?
Yes. Do you disagree if that's what this picture depicts?
No, it seems like it.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask the defense exhibit I be admitted.
Any objection to I? Just, okay, I think you had already proposed FGHI, but you never admitted anything but I so far.
Well, Your Honor, I guess I will.
He's only asking for I, so I'm just making sure we're clear on the record.
Yes. Then I thought we had A, B, C, D, E.
Those are admitted, but then you proposed FGHI, but then never made a motion to admit them.
I see. Well, that's because I had.
I'm sorry?
I ended up not.
Okay, you didn't need it. Just wanted to make sure.
Yeah. I probably should have put something different than I on there, but.
Okay, sounds good. It's fine, it's on there.
Yeah, I object to that.
You object to that one for the purposes of what?
He just said it was the knife in his hand. I just offered to the court that he personally.
I think he's offering that instead of the video is what I'm
Yeah,
assuming.
I mean, I'm just trying to.
Establish
tell a
that.
little story.
You're trying to establish that although he said that, well, if it's for impeachment, we don't need an exhibit though.
Yeah, we don't need.
If it's an impeachment, you don't need to admit it as an exhibit. You just need to offer for impeachment purposes.
All right. You indicated that you gave the knife to Officer Zuber.
All the property, like how you saw in that video there, how I was carrying that bag. Everything went in that bag. Everything that did not get tagged in personal property, like prisoner property, was left in that bag.
Put in the bag by Officer Schaefer and given to Officer Zuber.
I have no idea who put it in the bag.
Did you ever come back into possession of that bag?
I don't think so.
I guess before I show you this, I just want to be fair. Your handling of the knife was limited to giving it to Officer Zuber.
Yes.
I'm going to suggest to you that that is your body cam. And that is your hand with the knife.
Yes.
So you didn't give it to Officer Zuber.
Not right away.
You were handling it personally.
Objection. I don't, relevant. I don't think he established the foundation.
I'm trying to.
Who Officer Zuber is.
Well, you know.
He's brought up Officer Zuber, so he doesn't have to establish who Officer Zuber is. But your other objection was relevance or no foundation?
I've given the court a proffer of where I'm going.
Right.
I'm trying to lay a fair foundation.
Okay.
Withdrawn, but.
Okay, so I think we got to the point. There was a knife that he pulled out. He didn't. He said he didn't touch it, but we in fact know that he did. Based off the proffer to the court, correct?
Correct.
Okay. We can move on.
At some point in time, did Officer Schaefer put the knife into the bag?
It's possible.
Will this refresh your memory? Well, first, is that your body
This is
cam?
my body camera holding the bag. I can't see the officer's face here, but yes, that looks like
The knife is
the
being
knife
put
is being put in the bag, like I had mentioned.
Okay. And you never removed the knife from this bag?
No.
You remember that for sure?
For sure.
Your Honor, I'm gonna put a few more on the screen. And this will be Officer Ubra entering the booking. And so I think there's 5 or 6 pictures that are gonna start. We'll see. No, do photos. Okay, that's fine. You can stop. And Officer Ubra, is that you handling the bag?
Yes.
Okay, stop right there. So that's your hand inside the bag?
Is that a yes?
Yes. Sorry.
Keep playing. Okay, stop. Okay. Is that still your hand? That just went in the bag with a blue glove?
Yes.
Does that look like a knife to you?
Yeah, that's the.
Okay. The knife that wasn't listed in the property report?
Correct.
Play a little further. let's just stop right there before we get to it. So your previous testimony was that you gave the bag to Officer Zuber. That was the last thing you saw.
I left it on the counter for him. But here, and I think I know what happened now that I've had a chance. What I have in that bag is personal property of sorts. The knife can't go in his personal property as we're booking, because it could be a potential safety hazard as the handcuffs could come off. However, all of the evidence was left on that counter. That was to be picked up by Officer Zuber.
Do you know if it was ever accounted for?
No, I don't.
Did your staff ever approach you and ask you about the knife?
After the internal affairs complaint was.
We gotta move on from the knife. We've established that whatever purpose you were questioning him on as it relates to impeachment, but to use this as an expedition hearing for whatever complaint he has against the city, I can't do that. We're moving on beyond the knife.
Can I just?
Because this case has nothing to do with this knife.
If you misappropriated it, and
This case is not about him misappropriating a knife. That would be a separate lawsuit if you believe that he
doesn't go to
misappropriated.
credibility.
Well, you've established. I don't think his answer is going to change. He said he put the knife up there. He didn't touch it. And this is after he said he didn't handle it, but now he has a recollection of what happened. I don't know that we need to continue to go down the knife path. I think it's exhausted. I think he exhausted the knife.
Thank you, Ron. Pulling out one of the exhibits. Just one second. I'm trying to find it. So you're familiar with the tinted window statute?
Yes.
Okay. And you saw tint on Mr. Richmond's back window.
Saw the driver window and the passenger window. I have to refresh view my report. I don't remember if it had it on the back.
Okay. Can you close the report up on that?
Object. What are we objecting to?
It's you're the one to. has any other questions about the window tint, we talked in detail about when he saw the window tint, why he put on the window tint. I don't think we.
I don't know what were the questions.
Well,
Maybe he's now going to get into whether or not the tent was reasonable cause for stop. I don't know. What did we talk about?
The officer just said the report might refresh his memory, so I'm offering it.
Or as to the tent for what? What question about the tent?
You can't remember if it was the side or if it was. the
Oh, wait,
back.
wait, got it.
I think he's testified in length of detail about him is observing that window tint.
You just said you can't remember
He
which
did
window.
just specify he couldn't remember which one, so he's refreshing his recollection, which does go to credibility.
Hey, Sergeant, this is the only computer we have left.
Try not to.
You're good. This is, does that refresh your memory?
Yeah.
Okay, so where were you when you observed the window tint? Location geographically.
Again, Your Honor, I object.
Well, let me ask you differently. Is your testimony still the same that it was on Cedar Street?
Initially, I saw the car at Cedar 496. The location and the windows, what I noticed was the driver and the passenger.
The front the front passenger, you're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that what your report says?
Yes. We look at the reason for stop heading. Say the window description.
Never says anything about Cedar Street, is that true?
Yes, Cedar Street is true.
There's nothing in your report about seeing this on Cedar Street.
My apologies. Yes, that is true. It does not talk about Cedar Street.
Does it say that you first saw the tent in the area of Martin Luther King and St. Joe?
It says that I did observe it in that area. Yes.
Okay. And would you agree with me that's different than what you just testified to?
I would say that I observed it in both areas.
And is there a reason that you didn't, that you documented it, that you saw it on Martin Luther King and St. Joe? And you left out the Cedar description, Cedar Street?
Because it makes more sense, because that's where the traffic stop started. I observed it there. Came to a brief stop, confirmed it was the same car. Should stop.
And which windows had tint, if you remember?
The driver, front passenger windows.
Did you conduct any sort of meter test on the windows?
No.
Do you know what a meter test is?
Yes.
Can you explain to the judge what that is?
Calculates the level of window tint.
And that's for the purpose of determining whether or not the tint is legal or illegal.
Correct.
Okay. And was there some reason that you didn't conduct a meter test on this occasion?
One, I don't have a tool. Two, it was so dark that it was obvious. That you can't have window tint here.
So your testimony is it was so dark, the window tint was more visible?
No, that the window tint is so dark that it was obviously more than you're allowed to have. Like the factory window.
And you may have testified to this already, I apologize, but the removal of Mr. Richmond was so, it's a sniff test could be conducted.
Right.
when the sniff was conducted by the canine, did you have any reason to believe there was a crime other than window tint happening?
The obstruction.
How is, okay, so. And the obstruction was, you said politely telling you no, when you asked him to exit the vehicle.
Objection. No foundation. I don't think there was any foundation to assert that it was polite.
I thought he said it was easy and.
Again, my objection.
I do distinctively recall the testimony of him saying that the defendant refused or said no. I don't remember the politely part, so I would agree. I think that may mischaracterize the officers or detectives' testimony. Because I think you're conflating when he said that he was cooperative up until that point. That was what he found to be uncooperative, the same. But so to the extent that that mischaracters, I will grant your objection.
Did he fight with you in any way?
He tensed up his arms, however, I was able to use strength and leverage to control his movements.
This is when you're putting on the handcuffs?
When I was removing him from the vehicle and putting on the handcuffs, yes.
I'm done with this witness.
Redirect.
Yes, briefly. Sergeant, do you have prior training about window tint?
Prior training on what?
To tell the difference between illegal and legal window tint?
No formal.
But you are aware that of the shade, the degree to which you're allowed to have legal. So you see this car go on the highway, right?
Yes.
You see the window tint. You believe that the window tint is too dark to illegal to drive legally.
Correct.
Stop the car.
Correct.
Or the window tint.
Correct.
You ask the defendant to get out of the car.
Correct.
He, would you say, holds on to the steering wheel and tells you no?
Correct.
And you have to use force in order to get him out of the car.
Correct.
You place him under arrest because you asked him to get out of the car and he tensed up and held the steering wheel, told you no.
Correct.
You arrest him. You do a search incident to arrest.
Correct.
And you find cocaine, or what you believe is cocaine.
Correct.
Is that accurately described what happened?
Yes.
And you turn those drugs over to officers.
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Your Honor, can we play the video of Mr. Lance Richmond being removed from the car?
So you want to play the video?
Yeah, I mean, just so you can see exactly what happened.
Is this an exhibit that was admitted?
Not yet.
Okay, but it needs to be admitted under this witness?
I think so.
As what exhibit?
Yeah.
You gotta make it J?
I think it's K.
Oh, okay, HIJ. Well, I don't think you admitted to J, but.
Okay, the J.
Okay, you can play the video. Is there sound at all?
Yeah, I'm gonna try to turn up my volume, so. I'm gonna just kind of stay a little quiet. Hopefully that'll help.
You're saying muted has no effect on sound.
Perfect, okay.
My home.
Okay, where's that at?
East Lansing.
East Lansing,
Well,
man.
actually,
Hazlitt?
Yeah.
Not a bad area to live. What are you doing over here?
What's that?
So what are you doing over here?
Going to a buddy's house.
Oh, nice. And then is this vehicle registered to you?
It is.
Okay. And then you got the registration and the insurance as well?
I do.
Perfect. You mind grabbing that for me? You don't have any firearms or nothing in the vehicle, do you? Okay. How about any narcotics? Okay. Any marijuana?
No.
Any cocaine? Any meth?
No.
Any heroin?
No, sir.
All right, perfect. Hey, so here's what I'm gonna have you do, okay? While I run this stuff, I'm gonna have you step out the vehicle, and we're gonna chat over here.
No.
Yes.
No.
Turn the car off, step out the vehicle. I'm gonna tell you one time and one time only. Get out the car.
Sir, do you have a warrant?
Pennsylvania versus Simmons. Step out the fucking car.
All right. Am I under arrest?
Well, if you're gonna refuse to get out, like when I tell you, and you say no.
Well, do you have a reason to pull me out of here?
I do.
For what?
Is this a knife on you?
Yeah, it's right there in my pocket.
Yeah. Just because of the way you're acting right there, we're gonna put you in handcuffs. So, like I was telling you, Pennsylvania versus Mims is a U.S. Supreme Court case law, right? I can, as a police officer, I can have anyone step out of the vehicle for any reason, okay? When you say no, that's obstructing, okay? So what you did is you obstructed.
Can you tell me why you're pulling me over though?
The window tint, that's what I told you from the vehicle. Alright, you have any weapons on you other than that knife?
No.
No? Okay.
There's some mace in my door.
So, spread your feet. You said some mace in the fanny pack? In the door? Okay. Right. You care if I search your pockets?
Yeah, usually.
Okay.
So I don't have any additional questions.
Any additional questions?
No, this was.
Just to be clear, you weren't familiar with the defendant prior to this, were you? Oh, okay, you can be excused. Thank you.
We'll call Officer.
Well, let me just make sure no one needs a 5-minute break. I was gonna say, it's been for a long